Hello? Ah, there we go. That was weird. Hello, and to whom this may concern. For some reason the mic had detached from OBS. That was weird. Um, let's hope that's not an omen of bad things to come. Shit breaking down, man. Oodied up. It's starting to get a bit too warm for Oodie, but keeping it going. Actually, let's get some cold before I hit the coffee. Not bad. Not bad. Ooh. It's a bit late, but there were things that had to be done, unfortunately. So I'm not going to be sticking around for too long. There's a VR showcase, which is groovy. The VR game showcase, co-live streamed by IGN. I want to check that out. I think it's going to only be about a half an hour long. Yeah, because it's an hour video, but it's got like it's got one of those half an hour lead-ins. So it's not as long as it seems. But I'd love to check that out. I felt like this was supposed to be in the showcases that happened not long ago. But now it's happening now. Maybe there wasn't enough VR to go around. I have a feeling it's probably the case. They probably didn't have enough VR content to stitch into a showcase in time for the rest of the showcases. So they're only doing it now. Once they can get enough together. Because, I mean, it's still only like a half an hour live stream. So there's probably not that many titles involved. You'd think. What else is... Oh, yeah, there's some big ones. Craven dropped. What day was that? 4 days ago. Kevin Smith has something new. There was another Transformers, the animated show. Or is it a movie? I think it's a show. It's a show. For Netflix? Paramount? So if it's Paramount, what is it showing on? Paramount Plus? Oh, of course it is. Of course it is. Why would Paramount be making a TV show and putting it on a rival streaming service? Yaijit. Yeah. Anything else big? Oh, Watchmen. Watchmen had a Red Band trailer for Warner Brothers. Animated show. Watchmen Chapter 1? I think it's a Watchmen origin story type deal. Might go back and check that out. Oh, I think maybe dive into the showcase first. Get that out of the way. Hankering to see more VR. Oh, damn. The goods. Oh, other thing. Microsoft dropped its contract ending for Game Pass. Contract ending list for Game Pass for the next fortnight. For the rest of August. Only one thing on the list is something I care about. And that's Atomic Heart. Out of nowhere, Atomic Heart is dropping. Which is not something that was on my prediction list. There was a couple of other big ones ahead of that I was expecting more likely to be dropping off. But no, looks like I'm going to have to be smashing that one out of the next week. My mouse is complaining about battery. Hang on. Oh, there we go. Oh boy. Okay. Oh man, I should have had that earlier. That's hitting the spot. Getting buzzed. Okay, before this conks out, Yes. Yes. Mouse is back in top form. Charge, boy. Charge. Okay. Let's go into view mode. That's not it. That's the one. How do we do this? Mike has to come here to me. I need to go over even more. Dibbleshire. Come on, mousepad, you're in the way. Needs a bit more at an angle. Not so far away. I gotta put some markers on the floor or something. Is that good? Close up. Dooba dooba doo. Testing. Yes, it's fine. Man, I'm really enjoying that. Okay. VR. Let's go. Who puts on the VR showcase? No, IGN is the one live streaming it, but I want to know what entity is the one that runs the VR showcase. Like, other ones are obvious. It's either some production company or some journalist outfit, some gaming journalism outfit, or an entity that creates itself for the purpose of gaming vending, like the Video Game Awards and the Summer Game Fest stuff, the Jeff Keighley stuff. Knightley? Keighley. Why am I mental blanking on his name? Don't worry about it. Let's just do it. I do need sound. Also, we all need sound. Whoops. USB sound device. Voice recorder. Boom. Nope. Still fact. The voice meter should be correct. Oh, that's why. Now I can't hear anything. Elgato can. Where's me? Speakers, USB sound device. Yes. Not muted. Why do I have nothing? What the fuck, man? Audio render. What? Hold up. I don't know what's going on. Something weird. Let's kill voice meter for a sec. Okay, that's correct. Bring voice meter back. Oh. Okay, now we're both here. This needs to be decreased in volume a bit. Probably good enough. Bit 80s up in here. This might be copyright. Hold on. Here we go. Finally. Sounds like Massive Attack. That heartbeat song. That takes me back. MetaQuest 3. There's gonna be a lot of MetaQuest in this. Wait, is this Hitman? Yeah, I recognize those logos. Wait, Hitman was already out in VR. There's 47. And this is the nightclub from the most recent game.
Acquire your target. Take control.
I don't really understand.
Anywhere. Become anyone. Strategize.
The graphics look different.
Improvise.
Yeah, they're cartoony. His hand was all
And
cell shaded.
Execute. Your choices.
Banana.
Your weapons.
Banana.
Your world in your hands.
In your pants. I think it's in hands.
All guns blazing. Or stay concealed. Be creative. Everything is a weapon.
Good song though. I don't recognize who it's by.
The global elite.
So what's the deal exactly?
But no one
Is this a remake?
untouchable.
VR Reloaded. I think it's a remake. I think they've remade it with cel-shaded graphics to be a better VR game than the previous port. This is such a random thing to decide to
When
do.
Hitman 3 VR Reloaded arrives on MetaQuest 3, it will offer the true Agent 47
Fatal
experience.
Tab.
Expect a fully overhauled control scheme designed specifically.
See, this is what I'm
for
talking
VR.
about.
The ability to
Who is he
dual-wield
affiliated
iconic
with?
weapons and
What
hours
company
of
is doing
gameplay
these VR
built upon the
showcases?
original game we all know and love. We can't wait to see
With his
what
mustard
XR
lumberjack
Games
shirt.
and IO Interactive have in store for us. I'm thrilled to welcome you to the first ever VR game showcase.
Wait, what do you
Some
mean?
of the best teams in the industry.
I've seen
have been
VR
working
showcases
tirelessly
before.
For months to bring you today's reveals and updates. Thank you to each of the 7 studios that have supported this
Okay.
initiative and helped start something big for VR.
I think the previous ones I remember were called
Our
VR
collective goal is
Upload
simple. To
Showcase.
show you that
Or
VR is
Upload
one of the
VR
best
Showcase.
and most powerful
Upload was
places
the
to play today.
branding. That was in
Rich
Summer Game
stories that
Fest
bring you
before.
deeper into incredible worlds. Immersive
So that's
action
probably
puts you
dead,
right in
and
the
this is a new
center of the
bunch that are
experience.
taking over and doing their
Compelling
show.
multiplayer that
This is
removes boundaries
the
of
first of
distance
their
between you
their
and
version
your
of the
friends.
showcase.
And innovative ideas and interactions that are unlike anything else you've ever seen. Truly, this is one of the most exciting
They've got the blue and
spaces in
red
gaming right
left
now.
and right lighting.
If you already
a lot of
have
YouTubers
headset,
like to do.
then we hope you enjoy this sneak peek at what's to come. If not, well, there's never been a better time to jump in. Now, make sure to have your phone at the ready. Throughout today's show, you'll find QR codes taking you to the VR Game Showcase website. Just like this one for Hitman 3 VR Reloaded.
We don't
There,
need this.
You'll find all the information on today's reveals, including links to wish lists and pre-orders, plus more on our partners' other projects. But enough from me. First up, we are incredibly proud to host one of the industry's longest-running developers, showing some love to an old classic.
Peter Molyneux.
Enjoy the show.
Sid Meier. I'm just gonna keep saying words. This looks like Arizona Sunshine. Zombie plus Arizona sunlight can only be one thing.
A radio. Hello, anyone there? Someone's broadcasted something. A refinery. I need to find my way there.
Oh, wow, there's a lot of VR remakes.
Ooh.
And I don't mean in terms of
Damn it!
like Resident Evil 4 remake, for example. I mean like VR games for not that long ago that are just being remade with better graphics and controls.
Damn it, Dutchman, shut up!
Cool. It stresses me out because it's like, oh, look at those interactions, damn. It's like, do you really want to get into a new VR game when in 2 years' time someone might remake it?
I never thought I'd say this, but I've missed you. I've missed you, Arizona sunshine.
Did he really just break the fourth wall and mention the game? There's probably a line of dialogue in the story where he's actually talking about the actual sunshine in Arizona. And then it's like, you said it. You said the thing. Oh, what's this? This looks like the graphics from that Hitman remake. Slightly less textured, cel shading stuff. Even raptors. You can punch them in the face. I think they just sold a couple of copies right there. You can punch raptors. Ah. This does look like a shooting gallery, though. That's one of the things that bugs me about VR a little bit. Too many developers phone it in and just make a VR shooting gallery where that's all you do. As opposed to something like Half-Baked Alex, which is like an actual story.
An approachable design, Action Hero is a cinematic new IP
Action
for
Hero?
fast travel games that works both as a blockbuster shooter for VR veterans and a perfect new jumping on point for first-time users. And I think
so it is going to be a
something
bit of a
could
shooting
probably
gallery.
spark its inspirations.
Well, hopefully it's got a
also
meta
great
sense
to
of
see
humor
the
about being a
original
movie
Arizona
action hero.
Sunshine back in action with a full remake
sounds fun.
of the 2016 game. VR veterans will no doubt remember Arizona as one of the first fully featured VR shooters, with a campaign that can be played both in solo and co-op. The remake elevates the original award-winning game, completely rebuilt with stunning graphics and next-gen combat and weapons.
It wasn't that long ago that Arizona
And
Sunshine 2
yes,
came out.
There will be an upgrade path for those that own the original game.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Starting at $9.99 US.
I got it on sale, but never got
Check
around to
your
playing it.
platform for more details.
So I guess I'll just $10 it.
Now, we have two titles from a studio that's made huge waves in VR this past year. Ghost of Tabor is nothing short of a sensation.
Ghosts of
earning
Tabor.
over $10 million in its early access.
It's not
phase
an
alone.
attractive name.
Today, we're excited.
The marketing
to get
team let
fresh
you down,
thoughts
boys.
on What's next from Combat Waffle Studios?
Oh, Combat Waffle. See, the name of the company is awesome. You should have called the game Combat Waffle. This looks like one of those Rust type games. I'm guessing multiplayer. Lots of players on the map. Crafting. They're kind of like a battle royale, but crossed with Rust. Why are they all in spacesuits? Unless this is like Mars. They might be on like Mars or something. I thought it was just an arid, shitty part of Earth, but it's a bit too consistent, everyone being dressed as astronauts. Yeah, there's Mars. Called it. Grim. Wait, that wasn't the name that he said before. Did I misinterpret what he said as the name of the game? Because Grim is much better. Splat. This one seems like another semi-open world thing, but we're back to zombies and cel-shaded graphics. Or at least some kind of cartoony art style. I don't know if it's cel-shaded or not. I can't tell. Okay. Silent North. So it's...
Both Grim and Silent North are also brought to you by
Grim.
one
They
of
both
the
seem like the same
industry's
game.
biggest supporters,
One with
Beyond
zombies,
Friends
one on
Entertainment.
Mars.
In 2020, they took us down the rabbit hole for an unforgettable VR adventure.
What was that game set in the North? The survival crafting game. I played it on stream. Its final chapter and it came out recently. Oh god, what was it? That's gonna drive me crazy. Hang on. Survival crafting game North. I know it was in a northern, not far north. What the hell? Set in Finland? No. Damn it, you had to like deal with the cold and the snow. It's part of the survival mechanics. Oh, man, I played a bunch of it. Hi Moby. How was me? I'm just catching up on the VR showcase. Showed a bunch of new VR games, but this is pissing me off now. Hang on, I need to know what this game was called. Think. How do I type this? Winter survival crafting game. No, see, they keep coming up with names of games that are the exact thing I typed. I don't want the game Winter Survival. I didn't even know there was a game called that. The Long Dark. There it is. Okay, fuck. Oh my god, that was driving me nuts. It's The Long Dark. Okay. Whew. Whew. What's new in VR? So far the usual. For some reason, remakes are the thing. There's a remake of Arizona Sunshine with better graphics and mechanics. There's a remake of Hitman, the most recent Hitman, with cel-shaded graphics, so it runs better in VR, I guess. I don't know why they're just remaking VR games that only came out like 2 years ago. And then Grim and Silent North are like the same survival crafty thing, but one's got zombies and one's on Mars.
Biggest supporters.
That's
Beyond
all that's
Friends
going on.
Entertainment. In 2020, they took us down the rabbit hole.
The next
for an
Jeffrey
unforgettable
Epstein.
VR
Holy shit.
adventure. Now,
That's a hell of a
we're
name.
excited to head back to Wonderland, or rather,
Also,
escape.
a pretty predictable opening line there from the next Jeffrey Epstein. It's exactly what he would say. Especially if you were 12 years old.
Ever wonder where you'd land if you fell
Alice in
so
Wonderland.
deep into sleep to a place
Don't tell me this is another
beyond
remake, because I know what this
imagination,
is.
Where am I?
where the very fabric of reality unravels.
Down the Rabbit Hole or something it was called.
No! The machine is broken.
This doesn't look familiar though, this might be a
Must have been
sequel.
the engine that pulled
How do you make a
down
sequel to
into
Alice in Wonderland?
If you can find this winged thief and get the machine parts back, we'll be able to send you home.
The original was interesting though because unlike most VR games, it's not first person, like you're not the character, you're the camera and you look around the environment in VR and you can see Alice and move her around with the controls like a normal game. But you can also touch and do stuff to the environment to solve puzzles. It's not a bad concept. Do you have a little sister? No, but I have 2 younger brothers, but they're both adults now. So they're no use to you. I can still give you their numbers if you want.
Oh, I'm sure someone around here could help you find a compass.
My
Compass? You see, Tweedledee? You
seem brave. I'll just follow you around everywhere.
Whoa.
I don't actually care who you are.
It's kind of cool that the game's structure is you going down a literal rabbit hole and looking around on the walls at the rooms like a diorama. Escaping Wonderland. Yeah, this is a sequel. See, Down the Rabbit Hole Saga. The first game was called Down the Rabbit Hole. That's the one I recognized. I didn't know that game did well enough to get a sequel. I thought it was really niche. Most people haven't even heard of it. Epstein also liked boys. Oh, but they're men now. They're grown up, so... probably not too exciting for him. What's this? Oh, they should do Lethal Company in VR. That'd be sick. This looks a little like it, but this looks like a shooter. Be the agent. Oh, I heard about this. This is actually really clever. Basically, it's a PvP game. One team are mannequins, and the level is full of like frozen human beings. And in order to hide from the agents, which are played by the other team, you have to like stand still and like pretend to be mannequins. And it's up to the other team to catch you out and notice that you're a real human player. So how still you can stand and how believable a pose you can hold is the key to getting away with it. I've never seen a concept like this. Actually, wait. The closest I can think about is, do you remember the multiplayer mode for Assassin's Creed? Where, the assassins had to... The one team were assassins, and the other team had to pose as NPCs. And so, like, you had controls and mechanics to, like, blend in with the NPCs and stand around and pretend like you're just an NPC. Like, standing talking to other NPCs. And it was up to the assassins to, like, pick you out of the crowd and realize by the way that you move that you're actually a human. I think Assassin's Creed was really onto something there. I played that for a bit when they first released that multiplayer mode. I was a little bit addicted to it for like a week or two. If they aren't a child, we aren't getting wild. That rhymed. The new Jeffrey Epstein's got bars. Dr. Seuss over here. You played it for console? Yeah, same. I played it on console too. What the hell is this?
Welcome, contestant.
Frenzies.
This is Frenzies, the new VR PvP arena shooter.
Oh, it's just a deathmatch shooter. Yeah, whatever. It looks a bit like it was sponsored by Nerf. Look at all the colors. Actually, Nerf should have a PvP FPS on VR with Nerf guns and shit. That'd be kind of cute.
Whatever the rules
it could just be this game.
You are here to win. Show off and look stylish while doing it.
Cool, man. I feel like the colors in this game would give you a headache after a while, but...
Brutal world of Frenzies. The customization station is where you put together your look for the arena.
Is this also MetaQuest?
I mean, are you even winning if you don't look good?
I feel like most of the trailers we've seen so far were all MetaQuest.
Head over to the gun station and get acquainted with the hardware. Whatever your playstyle, there's something big, shiny, and
maybe the VR showcase is sponsored by Meta, by Facebook.
When you're ready, join the lobby and meet your fellow contestants.
And then shoot them in the fucking face.
Foes, basically everyone you plan on beating today. Check out the screens to see what match type is up next. And
everyone's gonna stand around just doing goofy gestures. Probably a lot of middle fingers. They're not showing that in the trailer, but you know most of these people are gonna be just flipping the bird at you in VR.
Portals appeared. Head through and let the match begin.
Cool. I like games with lobby systems though. When you get to hang out in a lobby and kind of dick around, that's always fun.
What you'll encounter.
Sometimes more fun than the actual game. Is that a pig? That's probably like the hold the skull mode from Halo.
Enjoy it while you
Except you hold like a piggy bank.
Could happen in the next match.
Or it's one of those modes where you gotta bank the piggy bank in
Join
the
our
opponent's
Frenzies early
end zone or
access
something.
for free this October.
Most of these
And make
games all
sure to
share
join
the same
Discord
modes.
to become part of the Frenzies community. See you in the arena.
Frenzies. See, they're not doing anything original. They're just trying to win with style. Sometimes you just gotta make the same game everyone else has made, but then like put a stylish spin on it and hope that that'll be enough. Once again, MetaQuest. Goddamn.
Escaping Wonderland, Mannequin, and Frenzies are
Mannequin's the one that's really
experiences
got my
that can
attention
truly
there.
Only work in VR. Wonderland immerses you further into the worlds of Lewis Carroll. Mannequin sees you strike a pose to fool your friends. And, well, who doesn't want to make certain explicit hand gestures in the middle of a Frenzies firefight? Still to come, we've got a brand new title announcement from Endreams and a first look at what's to come from Flat to VR Studios. But today isn't just about games coming your way soon. We're also excited to show you some projects either graduating from early access or finding their way onto new platforms.
God, this is so meta heavy. I do want to. I want more rhythm gaming on VR though, because I miss rhythm gaming of old, with the plastic accessories and stuff. Your Guitar Heroes and your Rock Bands, and your DJ Heroes and your Donkey Kongas. The VR space is like a new place where we can innovate with rhythm gaming. Because all you need is pretend instruments. Band space. It's too bad it's hard to play on YouTube and Twitch because of all the copyright music.
The committee assures you that the Majorsk security zone is under total control.
Whoa. What's this? This looks familiar. Isn't that another remake? Cool. Those are the stuff I like in VR.
Of our free will missions program, you will access advanced and reliable equipment.
Doesn't look that reliable. Looks rusty as dicks. Yeah, that's right. Dicks are rusty. I said it.
Balanced nutrition.
Pineapple.
Latest technology.
The fact that you can stab the pineapple out of the tin with your knife is so cool.
Staying inside the radius offers unmatched.
Oh, Into the Radius. Now I know what this is. But there's already an Into the Radius 2, and this doesn't look like 3. In fact, this looks more like 1. I think this is another remake. I think this is the exact same situation as Arizona Sunshine. Just like Arizona Sunshine, there's a sequel out already, but for some reason they're remaking the first one with better graphics and smoother control mechanics. Yeah, there you go. Oh, I think this version's just for PSVR 2. That might have just been a PSVR 2 launch. But why the first one? We're already up to the sequel. Are they slowly catching up for PlayStation?
Let's do this.
Go get 'em!
Whoa!
This also is something that already is out. We saw trailers for this for its release, I feel like a year or two ago. I don't like how many trailers in this showcase are dedicated to either remakes or launches of pre-existing games on different hardware. It's quite boring. Yeah, fracked. That was already a thing. That had a cool cover mechanic where you had to, when you're standing behind a pillar or a low wall, you had to grab and hold onto it and pull yourself up to see over it.
2. Oh my god. 1.
Oh, this is cool. I know this game. This already exists too.
If you want a real scare, this is probably for you. Oh my gosh, I forgot how tense this bloody game is.
I think
I'm gonna have a heart attack.
Not gonna lie.
this is already out, so I think this is basically a Steam to MetaQuest launch.
Because my hands are literally shaking.
Everyone's using Meta in the screenshots.
Dude, you gotta have the hands of a surgeon, I tell you. Every level, they give you something new and interesting to proceed with.
Basically, it's a puzzle game where you have to interact with a vampire's coffin
if it's active, do not
and do like a
move.
whole
I
series
really
of things that you have to
feature.
do to
It adds such great tension.
set the vampire up to be weak and killable.
Creepy because they make you get close in order to get this done.
But if you fuck something up, the vampire wakes up and you die, so you gotta be very careful.
There's so much like ambience happening, all these creepy sounds.
Okay, there is still a lot of noise behind me, and I'm too scared to look.
I think in VR, games that require you to be careful with your physical manipulation of the environment are really interesting. I think those work really well.
Stop moving.
I'm not moving.
Silent Slayer, Vault of the Vampire. I can't imagine it would be a very long game, though.
Hi.
I mean, it is just a series of puzzle coffins.
Games, a studio specializing in
Probably beat
XR
it in a night.
experiences for both entertainment and education. I'm so excited about what mixed reality makes possible. The ability for virtual characters to enter your home and interact with real objects and real furniture. The ability to bridge the spaces between your home
AR
and
gaming, where you solve puzzles
people,
in your apartment?
It's just incredible. Shell Games has some super fun mixed reality.
That's pretty cool. You can see other people's apartments through the walls.
And we can't wait to share more about them in the coming months. A huge thank you to everyone who is helping to invent this amazing future. Enjoy
This
the
dude
rest
has
of the
hacky
show.
sacks lined up on his wall.
Thanks to
This
industry
dude's involved
legend
in the hack.
Jesse Shell for stopping by the showcase.
He's all about the
to
hack.
Talk more about Shell Games' work in MR. This is an area of the industry
I really like
with
Silent Slayer.
tremendous potential.
It's a very cool
And
game.
while we want to keep today's focus primarily on cinematic VR games, we know there's a lot to talk about in this space too. So, we're happy to announce that next month on September 25th, we'll be hosting our first XR Indies and Friends showcase. This is a celebration of the incredible work indies and other studios are doing not just in MR, but also with amazing new VR experiences too. We'll have more info to share shortly, and if you're interested in taking part, please reach out via the VR Game Showcase website. But don't worry, we're not done with today just yet.
Nice. Wait. Did that go from cowboy to Bond villain lair? It's In Dreams again. This End Dreams company seems to be behind publishing a lot of these. I'm seeing a lot of the usual suspects. End Dreams and MetaQuest specifically. This looks like super hot, but different. Oh, I see. Wait. Nice. Okay. It's got weapon teleporting. So basically super hot if after every kill you can teleport to the discarded weapon of your enemy that you just murdered. Although the swords seem to be able to just teleport you into every kill. Maybe that's like the OP weapon. That's pretty clever. This is now the third version of like the super hot concept that I've seen. The other one was the one that was literally the reverse super hot, where the faster you move, the more enemies slow down. So unlike super hot, you have to keep moving in order to keep the enemies immobile.
With an innovative approach
as soon as you
to
stop,
movement in VR.
they go back to normal speed and
Don't miss
they
out
wreck
on
your
the free
shit.
demo available today on the MetaQuest store. Now, earlier this year, a new studio turned heads with its promise to bring classic, flat-screen experiences to VR.
Yes.
Since then, Flat to VR
I like the sound of that.
Studios has been hard at work on bringing titles both new and old to headsets.
We need to see something like System Shock in
This
VR.
is one more thing. Or should I say, several more things.
Yes.
It looks stunning and it feels like a native VR game.
Half-Life.
Team has created it in such a way. This
Really?
It's almost just the natural way of playing the game.
Half-Life 2?
Guys, this is amazing. This is
Portal?
a whole new ball game.
This feels like a true native VR product. The visuals are crisp.
Yo.
The 3D is stunning.
Isn't
Someone's
this
cooking
what
here.
we've
Someone's
been
cooking.
begging for literally 7 years straight?
So this has started as a modding project, but is it becoming real?
Whose only job
Tell me it's real.
It is to take flat screen games and then make them VR.
I would replay flat screen games in VR. I'm not a big fan of replaying games, but you got me there. They're even remaking like 90s shooters with boomer shooter graphics. Sweet. Yes. only thing I don't like about a lot of games like this in VR is a lot of time they still have their canned animations for things like reloading and that. And I feel like in VR, nothing should be canned. Everything should be player driven. So the VR mechanic should be you actually reloading the weapon with your own hands. It should not be you pressing a button and then watching your character do an animation that you're not actually doing yourself. I think that's kind of lame. But it's a nitpick. Like, if the game's good, the game's good. Just, you know, in a perfect world, if I had to choose. Holy shit. It's crazy how we don't have enough racing stuff in VR either. This looks familiar. Is this another flat screen remake into VR? Because I feel like I've played this. Is this Flat Out? Dude, Flat Out in the 360 era was the shit. Oh my god, it is. I called it. I recognized brilliance. VR development started. Oh, it's still a ways off. I think the reason we don't see many racing games in VR is because it's hard to do without making people feel sick. Some people just do it anyway, and if you feel sick, then tough tits. Like, try playing Wipeout. Half of y'all are probably going to puke up your guts. This looks kind of generic, but pretty. RoboQuest. Oh, it's... Okay, Flat to VR Studios is a bunch of modders that became a company that now specialize in doing this. So all these games we've been seeing so far are Flat to VR remakes, including Flat Out and RoboQuest. It's all them.
It comes to pass. Brave.
Good job.
One day you will stand before two baboons. One day you will rend the very fabric that binds this land. But until that day comes,
stand before two baboons. Is this Trombone Hero in VR? I don't get the baboon thing, but oh shit. Now we're talking. Do you have to blow into something? Because that'd be sweet. Holy wow. Oh my god. Oh, the UI is actually really clever. Yeah, okay. I want it. I want to do it. I want to play Trombone Hero, play for me. Can't afford it, but somebody give to me. Game wish list, wait for a sale or give it as a gift. I don't care, I want to play it. You can spray paint your trombone. Wow, they put effort into this. You could drop the trombone like a mic drop. I keep calling it Trombone Hero, but it's Trombone Champ apparently. Oh, it's on Steam. Good. I'm tired of all the MetaQuest exclusives. And it's still Flat to VR Studios somehow.
Flat Out.
I like the fact that they're not just
RoboQuest,
directly translating flat games to VR. They're actually remaking them.
Thanks to the team at Flat to VR
with real VR mechanics.
I think we can all agree that's one
They're not phoning it in
for the
at
team's
all.
first projects. From co-streamers and creatives
is that
to our
it?
developer partners and of
That's
course
the whole thing?
you. Thank you to everyone that's made the debut VR game showcase possible. Today is just the start of our journey. The VR game showcase will return in early 2025, and we're already preparing a massive lineup to see in the new year. We'll continue to bring the most exciting projects in the industry, both in our core showcase and next month's XR Indies and Friends event.
Oh, that felt
short. If you're
short.
media or a creator heading to Gamescom, don't forget to check out the Home of XR booth, where many of today's titles and some others will be on display in the business area.
Nice.
For now, thanks for watching, and we'll see you September 25th for XR Indies and Friends.
There were too many platform releases and remakes involved in that. I didn't get to see as many new VR games as I was hoping. But there's still some pretty exciting shit going on. I'm pretty happy that that Flat to VR company now exists. I like what they're doing. I'm kind of keen to see what other stuff they decide to do. They're clearly, the fact that they formed a company means they're clearly now working in tandem with the original owners. It's not just modding, it's like official remakes in conjunction with the original devs and publishers. I dig it. I'm very intrigued by that super hot looking game. We teleport to the weapons. What else was there? Hang on, let me see that list again. Oh, there it was. Band Space looked kind of cool. Mannequin. Trombone Champ, Mannequin, Silent Slayer, Vendetta Forever. Probably the most interesting things in there. Yeah. I'm going to screenshot this real quick so I can have a look at more of these later. Might check out their Steam pages. And how long Flat to VR has been around. Let me see what else they've been doing. Flat to VR. Modding Group. Beat Saber. Flat to VR Studios. Do they not have a... Oh, so yeah, they are licensed. They're not like unofficial modders. They're legit. Where's their website? Why don't they have a website? Let's go Flat to VR. Games. I was hoping to just see a big list. The Dark Pictures Anthology might be getting a VR by them. Conan Exiles? That's unexpected. It seems like they have a lot going on. Alright, cool. I will keep an eye on that lot. That's for damn sure. I like what they're grooving with. Why is this still open? Upload VR showcase. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. Any other gaming related stuff before I move on? Oh, I think that Riven remake came out. I saw people were reviewing it. I heard about this, but I'd been largely ignoring it. Because there was a VR port of Riven. No, Myst. And now there's like a full remake of Riven, where it's no longer pre-rendered scenes that move on their own. It's actually like a full 3D game. Which I'm assuming means the FMV actors are probably gone and replaced with 3D models, because otherwise that wouldn't work. Actually, let's check it out. What do we got? Release date trailer. Yeah, okay. There's a few different trailers out. I'll just check out the release date one. Ooh, that's already looking sexy. Look at that.
Thank God you've returned.
From New Creatures of Beast. Oh, the water. Looks like a real game.
There's a great deal of history that you should know.
Games like Myst and Riven. I was a young kid when these were out on PC originally. And I played them.
I can't send you to Riven with a way out.
But I also couldn't play them. I was too young and not smart enough.
Once you freed Catherine.
So I feel like all of these games, I wouldn't make it anywhere past maybe a third of the game. But I did start them over many, many times once I got frustrated. So I've seen...
I know what he's doing.
Like the first 30 minutes of both Myst and Riven over and over again. Until I get stuck and lost.
The island has been steadily decaying for years.
Yeah, there you go. 3D models, not FMV anymore.
According to my most recent measurements, it appears that the Fifth Age has entered its final days.
It still has the Riven vibe.
There's a very good chance, if all this goes well, that you'll be returned to the place that you came from.
I don't remember what the story is. In fact, I don't remember what the story of Myst or Riven are. Not that I was probably old enough to really pass it when I was a kid.
I apologize for the cage.
Plus the fact that, you know, I never really got anywhere in them. I maybe solved a puzzle or two before getting super confused. It looks real sexy though. Like, holy shit. The graphics are top notch. I mean, it's doing what it needs to be doing. I wonder if this Riven remake might get a VR port. Considering that Myst wasn't remade, but it got a... Well, I guess it was remade, because to make it work in VR, you'd have to do a similar thing to what they did to Riven. But then why... is Riven not in VR as well? That's the question. Probably due to two different companies with two different outlooks. Where's the other trailer I saw? Official gameplay reveal. Oh, this might have been the first one. Yeah, this one came out before that release date trailer.
Thank God you've returned. I need your help.
So this is probably the first reveal anyone ever saw of this. It's a pretty clever move, having your first reveal of the game just being straight raw gameplay. Because people who know Riven will be super triggered by this. Mad nostalgia berries. I'm slightly scared of them because I remember them, when I was a kid, I remember them making me feel stupid. Whereas, if I played them now, they're probably not nearly as obtuse as I remember them being. Like, I can probably actually play them now. But I have... What the fuck is happening? I just have these memories of failure. And frustration. It's a really cool effect, though. They put so much effort into this. I'm pretty impressed. I should play it just so I can see if my brain has truly evolved from childhood and I can actually do it now. Hey, Genie. Did I watch the TSQ Nordic showcase? I think I remember you telling me it's not really worth it. Like, it's probably better just to look at the standalone trailers, if anything. I am super intrigued as to what the plot of Riven actually is, because I don't remember anything from my childhood about it. And I definitely wouldn't have gotten far enough to really get any revelations either. And I'm sure the first half of the game at least would be super mysterious. This is a remake. Yeah, this is the full Riven remake. Ground up. Entirely Unreal Engine CG with character models instead of FMV actors. It's pretty sexy. Like, it looks amazing. Like, the water of the ocean around the island is incredible. It actually looks real. I'm just super intrigued. I'm super fascinated by it because I played Myst and Riven when I was a kid, but I wasn't smart enough to be able to play it, so I didn't really get far in either of them. Like, a handful of puzzles at most before I got confused and lost, and then would just restart the game from the beginning. And I've restarted both those games multiple times, but never really got very far either time. It is out now. It's been reviewed. I saw reviews kicking around and I just went back to look at the trailers to see what it looked like, and it's pretty sexy looking. Did you ever play those, like, long ago? They were not kid-friendly games. But as a kid, I was fascinated by most things, and I wanted to try stuff like that, but just didn't have the mental capacity to actually play it properly or truly understand it. Oh, they released even more weapon overviews for Monster Hunter. Your mom played Myst? Yeah. See, when I was that age, it really was my mom that should have been playing it too, but She wouldn't have been interested. So I had to try and do it and fail miserably. But there's a remake of Myst as well, but it's not as sexy a remake as Riven. It was remade specifically to be played in VR, whereas Riven is just remade as a normal flat screen game, but with more heightened Unreal Engine kind of graphics. Myst still looks good. It looks better than the original, but it isn't being pushed quite as hard to be a graphics showcase because it was more designed to be played smoothly in VR. They only had 5 last weekend, now all 14 are out. Oh, is that what happened? Feels like there were more than 5. I think we... Wait, where did it go? I had it here somewhere. Oh, there it is. I lost the tab for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We saw 7 last weekend. Dual blades. I like dual blades. It's very roguey. Oh, not the kind of dual blades I was expecting. I was expecting smaller. Like daggers. More roguey than this. This is more just dual-wielding warrior. Still popping off. With her pink dreads. She looks like the Barbie Predator. As in a Predator, but like barbified, with the dreads being kind of pinkish white. Not a Predator that hunts Barbies. I realized when I said that that could be misconstrued easily. There's a lot of spinning with these blades, dude. That would make you really sick. After one fight, you'd be nauseous as hell. Oh, shit. So this is the phallic weapon. The lance that gets harder the more you play with it. Harder and longer. I call it the penetrator. If you rev the handle, it vibrates. Drildo. A good name, actually. Drildo is probably better than my name. It seems cumbersome. Like, I just don't like using weapons like this in games. It makes you feel fat and heavy. I don't like feeling fat and heavy. Wishlist now. Or no one loves you. God, look at the size of the bow, man. Steampunk bow much? Nothing is, like, delicate in Monster Hunter. There's no, like, streamlined, sexy, thin, tiny weapons. It's all chunky steampunk, gargantuan things. To a degree. Like, you know how fit your arm muscles would have to be to hold that bow out with one arm? So you could pull back the drawstring? Like, that thing would be front heavy as hell. Shouldn't have to aim that. It's like a homing missile. I feel like this weapon class would only be fun if you were backing up a team. I feel like soloing like this character's doing wouldn't be fun to me. But if you had a bunch of friends fighting on the front line and you were at the back peppering with that thing, that would be pretty fun. Hunters are super soldiers? God damn. So it's basically like Monster Hunter in a nutshell is everyone is Steve Rogers if Steve Rogers was also Cabello. As in the big game hunter, Cabello. This weapon is really elaborate. She's trying her best. This normies. Sword and shield. Oh, that's pretty classic. But look how thick that sword is. Where's the thin stuff? Like a rapier. Oh, I guess a rapier is better when you're like when you're sword to sword with somebody. Not exactly great for poking a monster. It's very short. Just like Monster Hunter's version of a dagger. Closest you can get to one. Like a Sifa. Oh, just a fucking gun? Okay. A bow. Oh, it's a automatic crossbow. That's what that is. It's slightly more modern than the bow we had before. Belt-fed hand cannon. Cool beans. But people who just want to blast stuff. Play the game like an FPS. Punch the dragon. Traps. Oh, that mine went off 3 times in a row. That's the creativity of Monster Hunter. It's like, why lay a mine when you can lay a mine that explodes 3 times in succession? A triple mine, if you will. Hammer. That is not a hammer. I don't know what that is, but I don't know hammer. It's ridiculous. It's just a big chunk of purple metal. Looks more club-like. They might have over-designed the hammer slightly. I like that repeated tap hammer combo that she did. Just booping it in the face over and over again. Jesus Christ, that was a wind-up. There was a lot of chances there for that frog to swallow her whole while she was winding that shit up. That was like a triple wind-up. I guess it's like the, what would you call it? The risk-reward factor. It's like, if you can wind this thing up 3 times, you're going to hit for massive damage, but in the meantime, something's going to wipe you out. You know who the guy from Fringe is? I think it's like Seth or Seb something. Oh, we're caught up now. That was the last one. Hammer. After that, it's Charge Blade, etc. that we saw last time. What was his name? Hang on. Seth Gable. I was close. Yeah, I don't know. I don't personally know Seth Gable from anything. He's in a bunch of stuff, but Fringe is the most well-known, and I never watched Fringe, so I don't have any Seth Gable experience. I've seen plenty of Bryce Dallas Howard, though. She's in movies. Fucking Gwen Stacy, as you said. It's funny how we went from Gwen Stacy to Emma Stone. They don't really have anything... Like, those two actresses have nothing to do with each other. They don't even look the same, but somehow we got a Gwen Stacy out of both of them. And they were both, like, decent Gwen Stacys. Neither of them were really a good enough Gwen Stacy archetype to be a Spider-Gwen, I think. Like, I liked them both as traditional Gwen Stacy, as in former girlfriend of Peter Parker, or love interest. But when it comes to Spider-Gwen, I feel like that's an entirely different actress. That's a different archetype, I think, completely. Emma would have been better as MJ. Yeah, I could see her doing that. Emma could switch as either or, I think. I suppose, depending, like, in her original hair color, I think Bryce Dallas Howard could have been an MJ as well. Funnily enough. But I feel like you'd have to find an actress that was more of the Spider-Gwen from the Spider-Verse movies. You need that archetype. Someone who can pull off that kind of vibe. You can't just take a regular old actress like a Margot Robbie and someone and just go, that's Spider-Gwen. It's like, nah, too glamorous. A little something different there. Did you hear about the did you see the news about the filming of Last of Us Season 2? About how they I had a screenshot of the article somewhere. I think it's on my desktop. I forgot about it. I was going to post it somewhere. They have extra on-set security for that actress that's playing Abby, just in case, which I thought was like a really sad thing to hear. The fact that they even have to go that far to protect an actress from potential, you know, backlash is just kind of gross to me. Like, it doesn't bode well. It's a bad look for the industry and gamers in general that there's that kind of vitriol behind that bullshit that they actually have to like put extra effort to protect an actress. Glad they went. No, I'm not saying they shouldn't be doing it. It's good that they're doing it because, you know, don't take any chances because you know how many freaks are out there. I'm just saying that it's sad that they have to. They shouldn't have to. Like, gaming pop culture shouldn't be at a point where our fellow gamers and, you know, people that we're supposed to be part of the same industry are that disgusting and that problematic and incel-like that they have caused that problem in the first place. Fuck gamers, man. Fuck them all. Too much nasty shit. Seth Gable at Comic-Con. Oh, there he is being skinny. His voice acting in Maquette is very effeminate. Like, it took me a while to get used to his character's voice, because he kind of sounded like he was playing a gay man, a gay dude. But the story is about a relationship between a man and a woman that's going to shit. I mean, I guess that's stereotyping a little bit, that type of voice, but yeah, that was my initial impression, at least. I actually thought the main character, Michael, was a gay dude at first. But that's just how he sounds, the actor, because I don't really know what he's like in other stuff. Oh, one of the things I was watching before you showed up, I caught up on the VR gaming showcase expo video, live stream, whatever. Usual stuff. There was one game that was a really cool concept, though, that I thought was neat. It was a kind of a PvP adversarial game where there's a team of hunters that are hunting the other team of players. But the concept of the game's called Mannequin. And the concept of the game is it's not a horror game, but it's got a slightly horror-light supernatural twist in that the world and the environment is littered with these randomizing supernatural mannequins that just look like normal human beings, but they're frozen in time and they're in different positions and poses and stuff. So, like, the concept of the game is that the team that's being hunted have similar civilian character models to all the randomizing supernatural human mannequin entities. And the way you play the game is you avoid being caught by the other players by mimicking the mannequins. So because there's so many of them everywhere in the environment, the idea is that if you see one of the hunters coming, you take a position and you hold a pose and you try to pass as one of the frozen like NPC mannequin models. And your success at making them fall for it, I guess, is how good are you at like holding a perfect still pose to actually come off as a frozen character model and not a human being, a twitchy, slightly moving human being. But the human hunters also have like gear and stuff. If they're taking their time, they've got scanners and things where they can scan models and like, you know, look for evidence that what they're looking at might not be a model, might be an actual human in hiding. I thought it was really clever, especially for a VR game, because the closest I can think of to that concept was, do you remember the multiplayer mode for Assassin's Creed? Where the players being hunted by the assassins had to pose as the NPCs. Like you could stand in a crowd of NPCs and do the talking animation in the little group. The Assassin's Creed multiplayer was very clever. I played it a bit with some friends for a couple of weeks when it first came out. It's one of the few times I got addicted to... It doesn't happen to me often, but it was one of the few times I got addicted to adversarial multiplayer. Because the cleverness behind assassins actually posing as NPCs and how clever you are with how you blend in with regular NPCs is how well you do. Because they could be... If the enemy is looking at a group of NPCs and is onto you, but they make a mistake and they attempt to assassinate an NPC instead of you. Like if you're standing next to a character model that looks exactly like you, and they make the wrong choice and kill the wrong person, they get docked points. So you can trick your opponents into assassinating the wrong people by being very clever with how you hide and misdirect. There was nothing more fun than hiding in a group of NPCs, watching someone stab someone in the group behind you, and then just casually sauntering off and say "fuck you." Oh, what's that? You got the wrong guy. Fuck you, buddy. It was so fun. This is like the VR equivalent of that, except you actually you yourself have to behave like the mannequin, and if you move even slightly, you might give away the game. It was pretty groovy. There was also a new... this is now the third time this has happened, but there's like a new take on the Superhot formula. There's a new game in VR, I forget what it's called now, but it's kind of like Superhot with the funky visuals and stuff, except the concept now is you can teleport to any free weapon. So when you shoot a guy in the head and his gun goes flying out of his hand in slow motion, you can basically click on it and your character immediately teleports to the gun and catches it. So if you're killing quickly through a group of dudes, with every kill you're teleporting to a new weapon, killing the next guy, teleporting to his weapon, kill the next guy, teleport to his weapon, and you're basically like blinking through the room like fucking Nightcrawler, but from gun to gun. Which, when you see it in action, looks fucking awesome. Like, it looks really cool. Which is a game you could probably do as a flat screen game as well, but I guess it has that extra cool factor that you yourself are actually teleporting to the gun and catching it in your hand, and then like John Wicking to the next guy, and then teleporting and catching the next gun. Which, if you were keeping a cool, swift, fast combo of that going, it would probably feel really boss. It's only the third game of its type. You know how like when Portal came out, there was like 100 Portal type games, or kind of making similar kind of first-person, one-idea puzzle games. The only other game that's ever tried anything remotely like Superhot is that it's called Blue something, or Cool Blue. It basically looks exactly like Superhot, but they flipped the red and white with blue and white. And instead of the enemy moving with you, so if you stand still, the action freezes, which is Superhot. That game is the reverse. Like, the faster you move, the slower the enemy moves. So it's like reverse Superhot in that if you stop, the enemy speeds up and you get wrecked. So as long as you can keep punching, like keep moving quickly, the enemy is like at an extreme disadvantage. So you can't stop to think. You just got to like go, go, go. It's actually interesting how like 3 times in a row now, people have come up with Superhot-like concepts that are actually really good and don't feel derivative of the thing that they're mimicking. You only know of Portal? Oh, there's a ton. Like Quantum Conundrum is one of them. Like any first-person puzzle game where you're trapped in a series of environments or rooms where every single room is like a puzzle that uses the central mechanic. In Portal, it's portals. It's always portals. The next room, how do I use the portals? In Quantum Conundrum, it's in every room you're trying to figure out clever ways of changing the physical properties of items. Like changing a safe to be as light as a feather, or changing a cloud to be as heavy as steel. Like, that's the central mechanic in Quantum Conundrum. That Cube game is one of them. That game, Turing Test, that I played on PlayStation, actually. It was a PS Plus free game. That's one of them. What was that game that had a sequel recently? The Talos Principle. That's one of them. Talos Principle 1 and 2. I'm trying to think of more. There's tons. Portal created a whole new genre of first-person puzzle-solving games. And so many of them try to copy the vibe of Portal as well, where like they try to have this wraparound story that involves some kind of GLaDOS-like comedic threatening entity. I think when you go that far, you're pushing it a bit. Like, you know, don't try to copy everything. Just, what's your central puzzle mechanic? Focus on that. Your brother-in-law plays Talos Principle in the other one? I mean, it's a great genre if you're into puzzle solving. Turing Test. Yeah, it's... Turing Test is good, but it's forgettable. Like, I played it, and I don't really remember it very well. It's just a functional, decently designed puzzle game, but there's nothing about it that makes it stand out or makes it memorable. Talos Principle is one of the bigger ones. If you're talking Portal-type games that are big and popular enough and well-reviewed enough to basically stand on their own, that'd be Talos Principle. That one's done very well. You never thought of those as Portal-like? Oh no, definitely. It's a whole cottage industry, these games. Like if we type it in, let's just see how many comes up. I'm sure there's plenty that I know very well that I've forgotten about. Mario with a number O? Oh, there must be a Portal Mario game. That's weird. I'm going to see what people say. Entropy Center, that's a pretty new one. Because they don't use portals. No, Portal-like doesn't mean you use portals. Portal-like means you're a first-person escape room puzzle game that has a one gimmick central mechanic. In Portal's case, it's a portal gun. The entire game is basically how do you use two portals to solve every puzzle. That's essentially the gist of it. In Talos Principle, it's laser redirection. In Quantum Conundrum, it's changing properties of physical matter. In I forget what Turing Test was. That's what I mean. It's super forgettable. Cube and Cube 2. There's one. Antechamber. There's Talos Principle. Stanley Parable. I don't know why. I don't personally agree with that one. That's actually a whole other genre altogether. There's a whole bunch of games now that are like meta walking simulator narrative-driven things like Stanley Parable that are about the narrator and the comedy and the meta depth of it. The Swapper. Okay, now we're starting to leave the first part. There's Quantum Conundrum. There's Turing Test. Turing Test is mainly orbs and switches. Oh yeah, orb switches. Redirecting orb-powered switches. Oh, sorry. Yeah. The Witness. There you go. That's a good one. Is that it? That's all you got? Come on, there's more than that. Splitgate. Oh, now we're starting to combine genres. Splitgate isn't technically one of them. I think they just read this article references Splitgate because it's basically a deathmatch first-person shooter, arena-based first-person shooter where portals are the central gimmick of how you get around the map. So basically everyone's portaling around while shooting each other and getting headshots. So there might be portals in the game, but that's not what makes it a Portal-like. There's Entropy Center. I really want to play Entropy Center. I think that game looks amazing. I think Entropy Center is the kind of Portal-like that really captures the clever storytelling and character of something like Portal with all the GLaDOS stuff. Beginner's Guide. Okay, this is a good example of what I meant by Stanley Parable. The Beginner's Guide is the same genre as Stanley Parable. Narrator-driven, linear story-based walking simulators. Fez. Okay, they're really combining fucking genres here in a crazy way. There's Quantum Conundrum, Antechamber, Witness, yes. Turing Test. Superliminal is a good one. Holy shit, how did I not think of that? Superliminal is a great example. Same exact thing. Series of escape rooms where you have one central gimmick, perspective switching to change the size of items. That's the entire game. With a clever wraparound meta storyline. Cube again. Talos Principle again. Outer Wilds, no. Okay, these articles, some of these articles are pissing me off. They're really stretching it. I was hoping to see more that I hadn't thought of. Superliminal was a good grab. I don't know why the other article left that one out. It's funny how many people it's funny how many people write articles about this one thing. There's so many. Now testing 007 Polarity. I've heard of Polarity. That's lesser known. Chroma Gun. Now we're getting into the weeds of Steam. I've heard of Chroma Gun as well. You change colors with the gun. It's basically a portal gun, but all it does is change colors. Size Matters. That's a ripoff of Superliminal. I should probably wishlist some of the stuff that I haven't before. I think some of these things I heard about and then forgot about completely. Not that I need anything more on my wish list. My wish list is massive on Steam. It's a bit frustrating. Too many games, not enough life to get through them all. We're all slowly dying, man. Ghost Boy with the best viewers link. There ain't no Ghost Boy, you're a bot. Banksy Simulator. Hitman. Okay, this is weird. Dark Envoy. Digger Online. Ooh, the algorithm might... If I say that out loud too many times, the algorithm might think I'm saying a racial slur. Oh, yeah, we're deep in the weeds of Steam now. I've never heard of any of this stuff. Cool, though. Why is Splinter Cell here? Where is Splinter Cell, by the way? You'd think they would have made another one by now. Like, where the fuck is Splinter Cell? We haven't seen one in ages. What was the last one again? Was it... Black something? Blacklist. Was that the last one? Blacklist? How long ago was that? Blacklist. Here we go. I think this was the last one they made. I never actually played it. I've played every Splinter Cell up to this one, and I own it. I've got a disc copy of it, but I never put it in. 2013? We haven't had a Splinter Cell in over a decade. How crazy is that? 20 stream streak. Holy shit, you got 450 cookies for that? Does that bonus number go up higher and higher the longer you keep a streak going? Is that how that works? Fine, I'll bisc off it. Sure. That doesn't get old. Caps at 450. But you keep getting 450 every single time though. As long as you hold it there. Pretty good. 450 is such a random number though. Why not 500? Nice round number. 450 is so weirdly specific. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, the Cyrax gameplay came out. Are they going to do a gameplay trailer for every single character that's going to be in Chaos Reigns? So we're going to get a Sector video. We're going to get a noob Cybot video. We're going to get a Scream video, a Conan video, and a T-1000 video. 6 videos. I mean, yeah, cool. Mortal Kombat likes its trailers. They like to put out content. NetherRealm's like sniffing its own farts. Has anyone on Twitter cried about woke yet because Cyrax and Sector are ladies now?
Unseen, attacking from a distance. There are rules.
Not just ladies, but like Rastafarian ladies?
Found Kuai Liang and his Shirai Ryu. They gather at the Wuxi for his wedding.
Attack his wedding. We may win the battle, but find we lose the war. No one will respect us.
Better to be feared than respected.
Oh wait, Sector is Asian. So Sector and Cyrax are like Haitian and Asian?
Doing the Red Wedding.
What?
Season 3, Episode 9.
Okay, Johnny. Johnny getting wrecked by Cyrax immediately after referencing Game of Thrones. I would like to know the backstory of the android ninjas as of the new Mortal Kombat.
My Grandmaster gave me one.
You blame me for your actions?
That's the most interesting thing to me about the Chaos Reign story, is not the Havoc big bad stuff. I want to know more about Cyrax and Sector's actual lore with these versions. That combo's gone off. You know what's... I can't do combos in Mortal Kombat that involve you setting up traps to keep the combo going in advance, like Cyrax keeps doing with the bombs. It's just not how my brain works. It's too much to keep track of. I like to be more direct. Sick.
I was wrong, thinking you worthy of that armor.
Oh, damn.
You are my instructor and my commander. Don't confuse that with being
They're going off.
superior.
I mean, don't get me wrong, like, if you can play fighting games like that, with those kinds of elaborate combos, I mean, you're gonna wreck shop. Oh, fuck. That was awesome. That was really cool. That was creative as hell. Hi, Sub-Zero for some reason. Just coming into pose. Animality. Oh, you know what? Stinger to the stomach. Lay a bunch of lay a bunch of chrysalises inside your opponent's body, and then have their body erupt in hives and like tumors and stuff, and then all these wasps start bursting out of their skin. That's what I would have done. Pulled his head off with her high heel. Are you sure that was the high heel? I thought that was the anti-gravity magnetism, because I saw the green activate on the soul. That's the same green from the cutscene where she's running on the walls and her feet are sticking. So I was assuming that the turning on the green anti-gravity stuff was sticking, connecting to the top of his head to twist it. Maybe it's a combination of both, because I didn't actually clock heels. Let me go back. No, she doesn't have heels. The shoe has a little bit of a heel, but not that kind of heel that you're referencing. She had to wipe her foot off. Oh yeah, she scrapes it on the ground. But the shoes don't have heels on them. They're quite flat. It's the anti-grav green stuff. It's just a little bit of character personality flavor, having her scrape her boot to get the brains off it. Hang on. Blub, 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 blub. Yeah, you can see the green anti-grav activate on the forehead kick. And then it basically just glues to his head. So when she twists, it takes the head with. Look at Johnny's face. Oh, wow. He's got a lot of different expressions while he's having his head ripped off. I like how, with this version of Cyrax, they're kind of emphasizing the wall and ceiling anti-gravity stuff more as like a character thing. Like, there's a lot of cutscenes throughout this trailer where she's avoiding danger by basically going anti-grav, which is not really a thing with the old Cyrax. That was more about... Old Cyrax is more about the bombs and the acid net. While Sector was more just about missiles. I can't wait to see how they make Sector creative, because firing missiles a lot is automatically not as creative, so they have to be a little bit more imaginative with that, I think. That's her cameo. Traditional Sub-Zero. I feel like this bit of story they showed in that trailer seems to suggest that they're kind of paralleling Scorpion and Sub-Zero's relationship a little bit, or what it used to be, because they've got some kind of like adversarial thing going on between them, but more in a way like they used to be allied. Like I think she said that Sector was like her master or a trainer or something, and then something happened to turn them on each other. I like the recurring joke of Kung Lao not knowing what the fuck Johnny's talking about. That's kind of on Johnny, though, because he keeps saying stuff that he thinks going to be funny to people that come from a universe that none of the things he's referencing exists, and he should know that. But also, Johnny's kind of stupid, so I guess that checks out. She has mantis claws on her back. Who does? Sector or Cyrax? Are you talking about Cyrax? Hang on. I can't quite see them. It's interesting that one's Asian and one's Haitian, because you'd think if they had, like, so much backstory lore with each other, they'd be the same race. I was expecting them both to be Haitian and come from, like, the same clan and have the same childhood, and one trained the other, and then they turned on each other or something. But it looks like they try to make them quite different. There's definitely somebody on Twitter right now that's crying about forced diversity, because not only are they female, but one's black and one's Asian. So there's some incel having a shit fit about that. Bring back man Cyrax and man Sector. It's like, why do you want more men? You are a man. You should literally want the opposite of that. That's how a penis works. Blah, 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 blah. They come from the shoulder blades? Oh, okay, so her just standing around, you wouldn't see them. Yeah, I couldn't remember. I remember someone turning into a mantis for the animality, but I think it was Melina. So, different. Lots of mantis references, though. Mantis blades, mantis forms. Well, those mantises are scary. They look deadly, and they look scary, and they're kind of disgusting. Melina, yeah, she was the mantis. That was the animality they really showed off. They showed a couple of hints as to what people can turn into, and then they actually showed the kill with Melina's mantis, because that was probably one of the grosser ones, so they led with that. I think the pufferfish seems like the funniest one so far. But I didn't catch who the pufferfish is. Guess what Scorpion becomes? A polar bear. I guess it is pretty obvious. I can't think of who the pufferfish would be. Like, none of the characters' personalities automatically says to me pufferfish. So that one's confusing. Li Mei is the gorilla. Okay. I think it might be Rain. Oh, because water-based creature. Yeah, it's a good call. I can see that. I don't recall what Sub-Zero is. I could see it being like an abominable snowman or something. Like a Bigfoot. Or a polar bear. I mean, I joked about Scorpion being a polar bear, but that probably would be Sub-Zero. If you had to give anybody a polar bear. Sometimes I wonder how they make some of the animal connections with the characters. Although there's a fair few obvious ones. Like Scorpion, yeah. It's in the name. Liu Kang being a dragon, I guess, is also pretty straightforward. That's some main kind of character energy for you. What was Kung Lao? Like, Kung Lao doesn't scream obvious animal to me with his razor hat. He's like just a regular Asian martial artist, just like Liu Kang, but his hat is like the thing. But that doesn't like link to any animal specifically that would make it obvious. Guess we'll have to wait and see. I do want to watch when the game actually drops these DLCs. I want to watch like a YouTube montage of all the animalities in a row. Because I don't know when I'm going to get around to actually playing Mortal Kombat 1. I really do need to someday, but I'm a little behind the times when it comes to Mortal Kombat games. Like, I never got around to playing the one that came out before Mortal Kombat 1. Which one was that, 11? Or were we up to 12? I think it was 11. Yeah, I missed it. But I do want to go back and play the career mode, the story, the campaign. At least. Oh, did you see that the Kraven trailer came out? The full proper official trailer for Kraven. The last one was a teaser. But the real trailer finally came out. It was 4 days ago. So I'm still pretty fresh for this one. I'm keen to go. I can't wait to see if this turns out to be another Morbius or Madam Web, or if they actually make something that's half decent, despite the fact that the character looks and sounds nothing like the character from the comics or the cartoons. Alright. Who's making this? Who's the fucking director? J.C. Chandor. Who the fuck is J.C. Chandor? Oh, it's some dude, bro. Uh-oh. He made Margin Call, A Most Violent Year, All Is Lost, Triple Frontier. I have actually seen that, I'm sure. I remember that one. That's got, like, a bunch of dude bro actors in it, like Affleck. Run This Town, Monos. What an interesting choice. A Most Violent Year is actually a good movie, though. I saw that at a film festival. Slightly forgettable, but good movie. Geras was the hippo? Oh, that makes sense, because Africa. Havoc is a hyena. Also, that tracks. In fact, Havoc kind of looks like a man hyena. / zombie. Why is Zachary Quinto down here next to Alessandro Nivola and Oscar Isaac? Weird. Okay, let's give Kraven a chance. I'll try not to laugh at the fact that he gets his powers from lion blood.
My son.
My son.
The greatest the world has ever known.
It's Quicksilver, yay. He's so lean for Kraven. He looks too GQ model to me. Kraven should be some chunky-ass dude.
Who's next?
Like, the Spider-Man games nailed Kraven. The ones for PS5. He looks great.
Are you like your father? A gangster? A killer?
The fact that Russell Crowe is Kraven's dad is so funny to me.
And behold.
Holy shit, what the hell happened there? Wait. Wait. Did this guy just get vivisected by a tree stump? He gets bear trapped on his feet. It's got a cable attached to it. Oh, holy shit. Whoa. That's actually pretty cool. That guy gets obliterated by a tree stump. Torn in half. That's more violent than I was expecting from this movie. I know they were going for an R rating. We're already aware of that, but I didn't know it was going to be that kind of R rating.
Hell followed with him. There's a man going round.
It's still super cheesy, though.
and he decides who to free and who to blame.
Yes, and animal.
And I have that jacket.
Magic.
On your arm,
There's bio-organic rhino.
About this hunter.
some are born and some have died.
Once you're on his list, there's only one way off.
I like that Rhino looks like a nerd.
When the man comes around.
Like a psycho science nerd that's going to turn himself into a rhinoceros for some reason.
Whoever is unjust.
It's kind of crazy that he can get through a whole corridor without getting shot once.
Some kind of code.
They'll be unjust.
You're just another man.
Whoever is righteous.
He also seems to be able to interface with animals in some way, like,
Let him be righteous.
which is also not very craven.
When the man comes around. When the
Wait,
man
is that...
comes around.
Is Rhino, Nicolas Cage's brother in Face Off?
Just like our father.
Hold up.
When the man.
Yeah, that face is very familiar. You know who I'm talking about, right? We all know Face Off, off by heart. His little brother that he's really protective of in that movie. I feel like that's Rhino. That looks exactly like that actor.
Comes around.
Wow, I
When the man comes around.
wonder what he's been doing all these years.
Embrace who you really are, son.
There's Rhino.
And you will become a legend.
Is he going to take Rhino's head
Comes around.
and put it on the wall? So we never get to see Rhino fight Spider-Man ever. Because Kraven just kills him right off the bat. You never saw Face Off? Your mum wouldn't let me watch it? Oh, that's fair. It's a pretty R-rated movie. Some fairly sus things in there. It's worth watching, though. It's very 90s cheese. Like, it's John Woo at his most self-indulgent with American actors. Like, Nicolas Cage hams it up like crazy. And so does John Travolta, actually. They're both in maximum ham mode. But it's such a fun movie. You'll never see Nicolas Cage act more villainous than Face Off, I think. Like, he's an absolute nutter in that movie. He's got dual gold-plated handguns, too. Like, he's got his own styled weapons that he wears on his back. Very John Woo thing to do. Never thought to watch it as an adult. It could make for just a fun movie night type deal. You just have to go in, like, knowing what to expect. Like, it's full 150% 90s all the way. It's hilarious. But not in a way that makes it bad, in a way that makes it fun. It makes me like, wish for the days when actors like John Travolta were more fun and less weird. Like, before things like Scientology take over and turn them into weirdos. Is that what Deadpool's golden pistols came from? I don't think that was a direct reference to Face Off, because the whole gold-plated handgun signature weapon thing was kind of already a concept. I feel like we've seen that in many things. I wonder if they've... Oh, right, yeah, right off the bat. Hang on, check this out. There he is, pointing a gold-plated gun at himself in the mirror. Look. Fucking Nick Cage at his weirdest, right here. This is actually a shot in the movie of him in disguise as a priest, grabbing some lady's butt in the choir, and just being a real freak and weirdo about it. Oh, also, same movie. There's a lot of memes that come directly from Face Off. I want a better shot of the gold guns. They're pretty cool. Oh, here we go. They actually look like guns that Lara Croft would use. You know what I mean? The style of gun, I mean. Look up the brother. Oh yeah. What's his name in the movie? Castor Troy. Castor Troy's brother? Yeah, Pollux Troy. What's his name? Yeah, I feel like that's him. Let me get his name real quick. Pollux Troy, Alessandro Nivola. Russian actor. Craven the Hunter. Good eye. I know my face off. It was him. He's an interesting actor, that dude. Like, the way he plays Pollux Troy, the way he talks in that movie, it really sticks with me. Yeah, I thought I would have seen... You thought you would have seen him in, like, more films, but I kind of feel like he vanished. I haven't seen him in nothing. Maybe he just went back to making Russian movies after that. He might be, like, famous over there. Also, DMC Dante. Oh, wait, you had a link. Veilguard release date trailer. Cool. What about DMC Dante? American actor nominated. Oh, it is an American actor. His name is so Russian. Yeah, I don't know most of the other movies. Oh, I have seen Art of Self-Defense. That movie's pretty funny. Oh, the pistol thing. Yeah. Yeah, totally. It's got that Dante flair. Like, I could see... Like, I can picture Lara Croft with those guns if they weren't gold-plated. Like, if they were normal gunmetal gray, but that same style. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen her run around with 2 of those. She uses Desert Eagles too, doesn't she? No, 1. I'm pretty sure, like, every time she has a Desert Eagle in a game, it's she 2-hands it. She just uses 1 and holds it with both hands. I think that's probably just a realism thing, because I feel like Lara Croft trying to fire 2 Desert Eagles, 1 in each hand, might break both her wrists. Blood, nudity, sexual themes, strong language, and violence. Yay! Dragon Age.
You have no idea.
Game engine footage with custom camera angles. I like how descriptive that was.
Elven gods walk free, all because you disrupted my ritual.
You battle against gods. They will not rest until you are on your knees.
It's an attractive looking game.
Fearful, cowering, helpless.
It's just, I think my only issue with Veilguard is it seems more action than RPG, and I would rather more RPG in my Dragon Age. Like, I want a real Dragon Age sequel, not a more action-packed spin-off. But it looks fine. That is the most generic white guy main character I've ever seen. With a bit of a tan. I'm guessing there's a character customizer though. There had to be. That's probably just the default white guy before you even change the sliders around.
I'll be damned. A griffin.
A griffin?
War, victory.
That's an adorable griffin. What a cootie patootie. That guy's awesome.
I've never seen this before. There's something
sexy Dark Angel Black Wingman. Petrify?
What is happening to me?
Wait, a dwarf that can use magic? Squeeze me? Even she seems surprised.
Draw the dragon out into the open. Then attack.
Oh my god.
You and me, Rook.
There's a dragon in Dragon
Maybe
Age.
that's what scares me.
Crazy. Dope.
These are the times in which legends are born.
Is that? Ooh. Wait, I mental blanked on the name. She's in the other Dragon Ages. The Black Witch. That's in your party in like. Is it Claudia Black? Oh, that makes sense. Is it who am I thinking? She doesn't look exactly like her, but I immediately thought of is it Morrigan? From all the way back in the first. She made it through most of the Dragon Age games. She's been around for ages. Remember in the first one how like there was a whole ending with her running off with your baby? Your illegitimate magic child prophecy baby or something like that.
Or slain.
Is it Morrigan? And she just has like a new look? It's funny how I forgot all about her until just now, and now like all these memories are flooding back of Dragon Age.
How do we stand against that?
Flemeth was in 2 and she wasn't. I remember talking about her a lot though. Even when she's not there, she's part of the plot somehow. That was pretty cool. Some pretty large-scale things going on. Like Final Fantasy summon level stuff. Dragon Age Veilguard. Please custom your character more next time. The dude was mad generic. You don't know if she's an Inquisition. I like, in my mind, I feel like I remember her being in all of them, but I think it's because she's always been an element of the plot. Like, if she's not there, you at least at some point hear about her or talk about her. Fuck the haters, this game looks awesome. Does it have haters, does it? What are they hating on? Like, what's the consensus? Wait, maybe someone in the comments is... Oh, the first comment is Claudia Black. Claudia Black lied about not returning as Morrigan. I can't believe it. Sarcasm. You didn't realize Harding cast Petrify on the Darkspawn? That's a thing in Dragon Age though, right? Like, dwarves aren't supposed to be doing magic. So it's probably a big deal that for some reason she's got magic. I can't believe Claudia Black fooled me into thinking she wasn't coming back. Such a Morrigan move. Welcome back, Queen. Everyone's just talking about Claudia Black. They can? Yeah, I thought so. I'm just trying to remember my Dragon Age lore, because there's a lot of years between each of those games when I play them, so a lot of stuff leaves my brain. Fade is swallowing the world? Is that the reason for the Final Fantasy-sized summons? I'm curious to see what the haters are hating on exactly. Because, like, I don't hate on it. I think it looks neat. It's just, it's not the thing that I particularly want the most from Dragon Age, like I was saying before. Like, this particular take on Dragon Age, this particular more action-heavy genre spin-off, it doesn't trigger my excitement as much as simply hearing about like a new proper Dragon Age, like a Dragon Age 4, like a full RPG. That's all. So I'm just not as excited, but I do think it looks good. Dwarves have no connection to the Fade. I mean, it's a typical thing. I've seen plenty of Dungeons and Dragons-esque medieval fantasy that do the same thing, where dwarves are generally considered to be magicless. There's some racist people on the black guy from the first trailer. Oh, I do remember that guy. Oh, that okay. I can kind of see now what the whiners would say. they'd be pulling that kind of Sweet Baby Ink bullshit where they're like, oh, they're just showing this black character for some inclusion tick box bullshit. Whether or not Sweet Baby Ink is involved, I'm just using them as an example. Because they've become the whipping boy for the concept of companies whose primary goal is to focus on inclusion and diversity related stuff. To the point where people won't shut up about it. Like, I've gone to the point now where every time I hear someone reference or complain about a Sweet Baby Ink related thing, I'm just like, bro, nobody cares. I'm tired. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. It's not the game. The thing you're complaining at has nothing to do with the game. Like, most people are here to play game, not to talk about some tangential company connected to the actual company that have some stake or say or what's the word? Some consultation level thing to do with certain aspects of the content. Like, why are we talking about that? Like, that's so deep cut level development conversation. It's like, can we just look at the game, please? They don't care if they're involved. They still invoke the boogeyman. Well, because they're the whipping boy. That's the Sweet Baby Ink is like the catchphrase. As soon as you say Sweet Baby Ink in your Twitter post, you basically rally the other incels together to whine about the same shit along with you. Hashtagable in that way. I think Flintlock might have a Sweet Baby Ink connection, because I think I remember hearing someone come into my chat while I was playing it and briefly whinge about it. And since I didn't have any interest in talking about it myself because I was actually playing the fucking game and having a good time, they just immediately left. They like said one thing and they didn't get the attention they craved, so they just took off. But yeah, the problem is with something like Flintlock, the second people know that Sweet Baby Ink were actually involved as a consultation thing, they immediately look for things in the game to blame on them, and it includes things that aren't a problem, that don't require blame. Like the main character being a black woman. Like, immediately they're like, oh, of course she's like a diversity main protagonist, a tough black woman, because Sweet Baby Ink, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, that's not a problem. That never was a problem. There's nothing to blame here. She's just a character. She doesn't have to be a black woman. She doesn't have to be a white guy. She doesn't have to be anything. The people making the content can make it anything they want. They can make it character customized, so you can make your own if they want to as well. They didn't in this case because Flintlock is a very particular story being told about a very particular character. It's not just an open-ended RPG where you just make some Muppet that doesn't have a voice and everyone else just talks at you. Flintlock, writing and characters. Yeah, it's... But the thing is, like I was playing it, and there's literally nothing in that game that jumps out at you as being problematic or being obvious or being forced or... Like, the main character is a sapper for a war effort, like a trench war effort, that just happens to be a black woman. And there are other people on the team that include multiple white dudes and like maybe one other white chick. But then, like, because you're the protagonist and you get this demon fox connected to you that gives you protagonist powers to be like OP and go around kicking everyone's ass, I guess they're now gonna whine and point at Sweet Baby Ink as like, oh, of course, a black woman is super OP and kicks ass and takes no names and unstoppable and is a Mary Sue. It's like, no, that's a protagonist. That is a video game character. Every single fucking video game, no matter what the character is or who they are, is OP. Because that's what most video games are about. Put you in control of someone who goes around beating ass. It's not my favorite thing in video games. Like, if you make a game that's super realistic where your character isn't a OP ass beater, like, I usually find that more intriguing as someone who's spent my entire life playing games where 99% of them is you're someone who goes around and shoots 100,000 people and never takes a single bullet. Even awesome cinematic stuff that are generally kind of realistic, like Uncharted. Nathan Drake still, like, shoots 10,000 people in the course of that game without breaking a sweat. Kind of nuts. I think I was there for that person. Yeah, maybe. It was really a non-event. It was like a single negative comment, and I was like, meh. And then they didn't say it. They didn't say anything else. They just took off immediately. Because they were looking for attention. They were looking for people who were playing a game that they hate, so they can come in and they can have a hate fest and sit around roasting and making fun of stuff. And it's like, they don't want to see you having fun and enjoying the game. That's not what they're there for. Which is sad. They need to get over, like, the fact that you can't play Flintlock because you're mad that the main character is a tough, what's the fucking word? A tough, capable, OP black woman. Like, that's so lame, man. like it's, you don't have an issue with the gameplay or the genre or any of the mechanics or anything to do with the actual development. You're literally mad about something that's just straight like a stupid, bigoted thing. Like, all you're doing is outing yourself as a sexist or a racist. That's literally all you're doing. You're vice signaling, and vice signaling is not cool no matter what you want people to think. I like, since the Trump era, everyone's now decided that vice signaling is badass. It's not. Never was. It's the height of cringe, thank you very much. How did we get here from Craven? That was weird. That was a long tangent stuff. Hey, Craven. I don't know how to feel about that movie. It looks better than the other Sony bullshit, but it's probably not going to be. There's a Pippin in my lap. Hey, Pip. What are you doing? Being a Pip? Oh my god. Oh my god. Hello, Nikkei. Every Nikkei gun in real life. Oh, they're all real? I didn't know that Nikkei was all just real weapons. I thought there'd be some like sci-fi fantasy weapons in there too. Interesting. 36 minutes? Holy shit. Wait. Oh, it's a Gatling gun. Sorry, minigun. I know you hate that though. Your own game is using the term that you hate. I love the sound it makes. Hang on, before I continue. Look at this boy in my lap. Oh, where's he going? He knows that I'm calling him out. He's leaving. Pip. Pip. Pipaño. There he is. Pippy. It's a Gatling gun. Nikkei says minigun. You have to change your stance now. One of your favorite games is decided minigun. Look, Pip's back in my lap. This is a very awkward place to sit while I'm doing this. There's not much room. Little boy. Sorry, I had to have a little kiss fit. I like it when Pip looks at me upside down. It's very cute. You hate the term minigun? I mean, it sounds a bit silly, but I'm just used to it. I mean, games have been calling Gatling guns miniguns since like the dawn of time, since N64. So it doesn't really register with me as an issue. I'll call it whatever the game or the movie calls it. Just keep changing it up. Oh, look, yes, a little Pippy's back. Chins and cheeks, cheeks and chins. Giving Pip all the scritch. You close your eyes because it feels nice. Okay. How do I switch back? There. Oh, it's going to cover Pippy. Aw. How many guns are in this game? How can this possibly go for 36 minutes? MKG 8-inch. I mean, it's pretty cool that all the guns are legit. I don't know why I just assumed there'd be a bunch of sci-fi, unrealistic guns. Look at Pip on the corner of the thing. Hey. I could just see you sticking your head out. That's funny. Oh, Bullpup. I remember that from something. I've used that in games. 12 gauge. UMP. Hang on, I want to go faster through this. Oh, I have no idea what the fuck that is. That's a long name. Is that a sniper? No. That's some side boob. That's a lot of side boob. Virtus Patrol, NATO rounds, Sig Sauer.
You don't have to tell.
Beretta 93R. Robocop Auto 9. Is that the actual Robocop pistol? Oh, sick. Cool. That's a good one. Diesel RPK. That actually looks... When you look at that from the thing from the side, as drawn in the game, it actually does look like a sci-fi gun a little bit. Like a railgun shape. That's a rocket launcher. Recoilless Rifle M4. Interesting name for something that's basically a rocket launcher. That's unexpected. Tactical LRS-2. That thing's got a cool scope. Look at the length of that scope. Look at the heel on that chick's shoe. Jesus Christ. Hey, a Winchester. I know the term Winchester. There's a horror movie based on the Winchesters. That doesn't seem real. Oh, is it based on that? This chick's dress and ass. The size of that rose seems unrealistic. That's a huge rose. You got him in the army? Sunday, but I love her. Survival Tomahawk. Oh, that's like a UMP type thing. A P90. P90 takes me all the way back to N64 days. GoldenEye and Perfect Dark. Look at her. She looks like the captain of a ship. Like a Titanic type ship. Elephant gun. Competition shotgun, 12 gauge. I've really never been a fan of shotguns. I've never found the concept of a shotgun satisfying. Now she has a rocket launcher. Kind of shaped a bit like a shark. With mortar rounds. Benelli M4. So, is there like one unique gun per chick in the game? So every character is like a different semi-real world based gun? I say semi because some of them seem to be based on but not exactly literal. Cool. There's a railgun. Okay, magnetic accelerated railgun I don't think is real yet. Yeah, fictional. I just noticed they're putting it on screen. So there's real, inspired, and fictional. It's all of the above. Real missile launcher, dope.
It's a close combat weapon. Ideal for built-up areas. 200 meters.
I love the idea of calling a missile launcher a close combat weapon.
Single kill.
It's fucked up. Could turn you and your enemy to jelly. She's got a robot dog that she's taking cover behind. I would never. She has unrealistic robot dog, but she's got a realistic little Uzi. Fictional electric violin gun. Pretty cool electric violin performance. It's a nice touch. Another fictional gun. Grenade launcher, loads from Breach, inspired by M320 grenade launcher. But they didn't put inspired there. I guess they can't prove that it was inspired, so they have to put fictional. Henry lever action with sci-fi villainous choke, stock, and lever. Inspired. Oh, just inspired by lever action rifles. In general. The Crow Daewoo K7. Another, like, Uzi type weapon. Burst fire. Inspired Pepper Smith & Wesson MNP 12 gauge. Oh, it's more shotguns. I guess the benefit of shotguns in Nikke would be that there's more bum wiggle when they fire the gun. So I guess more people in Nikke would probably be using shotguns. The M320 is the US military grade launcher. I feel like in real life a grenade launcher would be hard to use. You don't want to fuck up firing a grenade launcher. You'd really have to get used to the arc and stuff like that in the distance. The Jackal. Yeah, that definitely looks fake. Bork Bork. Wait, is she crazy? The look on her face would suggest that she's insane. She's got the anime vampire teeth for when they're nutcases. Also, the tongue is hanging out. Energy cannon, fictional, yes. Laplace, cool name. I like the fact that the color scheme is the same as her outfit and her sunglasses. Jackal is insane. Yeah, I could tell. It's pretty obvious. It's pretty easy to tell in anime when someone's insane, just by how they draw their face. Inspired quad barrel shotgun. Oh yeah, I see the quad. Hers is a lot sexier than the real world attempts. Fictional, but likely inspired by Halo's assault rifle. She's cool looking. I like her style. Her design is dope. The purple and silver and stuff is rad. Her teeth can rip through metal? Oh, so it's not like the anime just for show thing, where when they have the spiky tooth, it usually just means that they're like kind of nuts. Her teeth are actually functional. Fictional machine gun pistols that wrap around your wrists. That doesn't seem safe or that useful. I feel like that would get hot and burn you. Hi, River. River came in and caught us looking at anime butts and guns. The Shao Chat first LMG. Wait, this is real? And Miracle Fairy tricked out Carl Gustav M3. Oh, it's got like Christmas lights wrapped around it. So it's just that, but like sexy looking. What the fuck am I watching? It's a video comparing the weapons in Nikke with the real life equivalents. Some are real guns, some are inspired by real guns, and some are just totally fictional. This one's inspired by the Airsoft Magpul PDRC. Fictional semi-automatic 12-gauge shotgun that resembles a KSG 12-gauge. Fired by a colored nurse. Or maid or something. I don't know what she's meant to be. Mulatto. She looks mulatto. 12-gauge. Inspired by missile launcher. The chase nail. She seems very happy and pleasant for someone firing a missile launcher. Sick. Oh, that was a shot. Holy crap. Fictional, inspired by the BFG from Doom. Well, I guess it kind of looks like it, but the Doom BFG isn't a machine gun, right? Cool. But movie sucks. Hey, that's not a sexy anime chick. What the hell? Boo. Oh, she tiny. I like how she leans over that cover with her one leg. That's cute. Gauze rifle. It's a fancy dress you put on for a date. Oh, the law. Real bullpup assault rifle. Yeah. Schoolgirl. Schoolgirl bullpup assault rifle. The BFG is different in every game? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's... The usage is usually similar. It's usually a one-shot screen-clearing weapon. I don't recall any of the BFGs ever being an assault rifle, though. It's always pull the trigger once and everything turns to mush. Inspired. Into the shoulder. Oh, that's a sick-looking gun. And it's real? Precision rifle, 24 damage. Is she on her phone while she was... Yeah, she's on her phone while she's using it. River came in at the wrong time. He caught us being Coomers. The Alice Accuray International Sniper Rifle. Real. Fired by the most adorable pink leotard pigtailed girl. Yeah, that looks the same, just not pink and white. Cool. Oh my god. Snow bunny. Firing, wait, the white Pollux. Yeah, it seems like a laser gun. Mulatto bunny. Another bullpup style shotgun. Just not a fan. I don't find it fun. Oh, she's got style. What's wrong with her, though? Why is she leaning like that? She looks like her neck's broken. Is that a real sniper? Yeah, it is. Remington 870 custom. Look at that bum. Look at the bum jiggle. That's why people... That's why people in Nikkei love the shotgun so much. Black Arrow bolt action rifle. That's hot. I can't believe that's real. Jesus Christ. Oh, is she just tired? Is that meant to be sleepy? But her head was hanging in a way that made her look like an undead. She didn't look tired. She looked like she was some kind of creature. The way she hung her head on her shoulder like that. Ludmilla. Assault rifle based on the FNP-90. Fictional. Yeah, looks a bit sci-fi. I don't like the way they drew her face. It was a bit too big for her head. What's with her face? Pimp My Ride Golden AR-15. Yeah, what's her deal? Is she okay? She seems like she's off with the fairies a little bit. The grenade launcher from M319 Halo. Yeah, kinda. Sure. She's dressed like John Wick. Suited up for assassinations. She's a Japanese Gyaru girl. But what is their deal? Are they just always high or something? Or horny? I don't know what... I didn't know how to read her face. Like, what was wrong with her? She was staring up at the sky like... Jiggle. The Volkswagen AR-10. Real. I know about the blonde tan skin thing. I just don't understand her facial expression. She looked like she was either high or like daydreaming about some guy that she's in love with. She was looking very airy-fairy. It's crazy how many of these are like shotgun type weapons. I feel like half of them are. She was just horny? Okay, fair enough. She gets off on firing her gun, I'm guessing. Umbrella gun inspired by Kingsman. Oh yeah! I didn't notice it opening into umbrella form for a second there. That's cool. Dracula Flow Lethal Dyson V8 cordless vacuum. Now they're taking the housemaid motif a little too far. Biscuit, Bow Wow Wow, Yippee Yo, Yippee Yay, 101 Dalmatians, Rocket Launcher. That's a hell of a name. Okay, do we need the Snoop Dogg video? Little Uzi Squirt inspired custom decal and frame. It's pretty adorable. She should probably not be firing guns though. She looks like she's 5 years old. Also, what is this? Why is she dark gray? Is she an android? That was definitely not a real human being. Oh, she looks familiar. Oh, it's the DJ. God bless America. Good character to do it for, too. I remember the DJ from the initial trailer videos and stuff you used to show. She was like the hottest one. Well, one of the hottest ones. That chick looked corny as well. There's Cruella de Vil with a Tommy gun. There's a lady. Very ladylike. Nice. Purple cat girl. Oh, I love the sound effect when she nuzzled her own cheek. They're all androids. Oh, so they don't have to have normal skin. They could look like freaks if they wanted to. But most of them just look normal. I'm a bit disappointed by the fact that all the Nikkei girls are androids. I don't mind there being an android character, but the fact that none of them are real is a bit of a bummer. Jesus Christ, her boobs. Too much booba. Too much. Rein it back a little bit. She's cute. That very slight jiggle when she's firing the machine gun seemed really realistic. Oh, it's Buttman. Wow, good timing, Buttman. Shut up in the middle of a video that's all about anime girls' butts jiggling while they fire machine guns and shotguns. Look at that bounce. This video was made for Buttman. Chinese assault rifle with Russian Cobra reflex sight. Oh, it's real? Oh, that gun looks dope. Okay, the real life one, same shape, but I like her her custom finish with the gold dragon. That was sexy. It's inspired by a bunch of bullshit, but not real. Very pleasant made. Oh, I can kind of see it. Cool. Straight up grenade launcher. Whoa. Playboy Bunny? Why didn't they show the soldier's butt? Oh, do you mean like... Why aren't we seeing the real life footage? What kind of real life butt jiggle the actual dudes firing the guns have? Good point. We're all for gender equality here. These dudes need to be showing some bum jiggle. This chick looks crazy as well. Yeah, look at her face. She's somewhere between crazy and horny. And she's definitely tucking her gun up against her boob like that on purpose. People in Saudi Arabia don't like the Flintstones, but people in Abu Dhabi do. You told that joke yesterday, Buttman. Yeah, that was yesterday you told that one. Hey, another chick that kind of looks like Cruella de Vil. She's got the black and white thing. Except naked Cruella. With big tita. And tats. Sakura. Very demure. Wooden barrel. Oh, 100% real gun. Cool. The poor guy that had made this video had to troll the internet for example real-life footage of as many of these guns as possible. Short-nose one-handed shotguns? Sick. I feel like those would be hard to fire. Because... Like a snub-nosed, like, one-handed shotgun would kick in your hands, right? Like, that would hurt your wrist for sure. Oh, it was the same chick, but in a swimsuit. I kind of didn't notice that some of these chicks were doubling up in different outfits. I thought they were all unique.
Well, I don't want to miss, so let's get close.
Cool. That's gonna pop a skull. Snow White, best girl, FN Scar H, real. Cool. Oh, it looks different. The front was thicker on hers. This chick's got the android wings. What is it? Oh, entirely fictional energy shotgun. Well, there you go. Possibly resembling the Destiny 2 shotgun. Yesterday you were so tired. Oh, they've all got the wings now. Rapunzel. Magical staff. Okay, that's not a gun. You brought some snacks to eat, and without even opening them, you gave them to the janitor as trash. So you bought food and just threw it out. Wait, is that a sword? Oh, that's sick. She just pulls the sword and yeah. Okay, now we're in the massively in the realm of fiction. Anti-material energy rifle. Almost as tall as she is. Pretty cool looking though. It took you 2 days to figure out you threw out all your food? Jesus. Energy shield gun thingy, as he describes. Yeah, that one doesn't seem as fun. The guns used by Nikkei weigh tons. The commander can barely lift them. Some of them don't look that big. Like, some of them are just regular, like, one-handed shotguns. Oh, I remember her as well. I remember when you shared her when she first came out. So she's firing 2 dragon heads? Fucking nuts. I feel like all the guns from here on out are going to be fictional. They're getting a little wacky. Red Hood Wolfsbane. I remember her as well. Barrett Light 50, real. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So it can be used held up like that. I thought real human beings would have to lay it down. Small White. Snow White Innocent Days. Real gun. Translucent magazine. Cool. That's actually pretty clever. You want to be able to see the bullets that are left in the mag. You're mad at yourself when I got hungry in the middle of the night? You're making me hungry now. I've got some pizza shapes still that I can eat. Another sword user. Some motherfucker's always trying to ice skate uphill. Quote blade. Scepter gun. Yeah. Hot girl. Wait, why is there no footage of her actually firing a gun? That's why we're here. Disappointed. Inspired. Grenade launcher with vortex holographic sight. Looks about the same. Bookworm. Barrel shotgun. She's an NPC. Oh, so she's not actually a playable character, so she doesn't have a 3D model that actually fires a gun. She looks like she's out of a Hideo Kojima game. Sick gun, though. Fictional tri-barrel small. Triple-barreled grenade launcher? Unnecessary. Mihira inspired. Faceted curves and thumbhole stock. Thumbhole? Oh, I see what they mean. I've never heard of that before. A real N102 Carl Gustav M3. They have a lot of grenade launchers and rocket launchers in Nikkei. Like, that's the second most common type of gun, aside from shotguns. Fictional shotgun with chainsaw handle. And it's been carried by a medic. Straight up real grenade launcher. Porn gives young people unrealistic and unhealthy expectations of how quickly a plumber will show up. Or how hot your boob and your bum jiggle will look when you're firing a machine gun or a shotgun. In real life, it's probably just mortifying. Do you ever see that YouTube footage of people who have never fired guns before on a range being given guns to fire, and that one chick just starts crying after she fires it? No, wait. It was younger kids. It was like older kids and preteens that were used to guns in games and movies, and then they got a chance to fire real guns. And just the feeling of the power from the gun when the kid pulled the trigger, he immediately put it down and started crying. And it was like they were kind of realizing the reality of the destruction. This destructive potential, the violence of these things. She might be a character later. Took them a year to give us Ein and Zwei. The NPC one. Why is Santa's sack so huge? He only comes once a year. I doubt... I get the joke, but I have a feeling that all Santa does around the clock is probably bang Mrs. Claus and maybe some of the elves. He's got nothing else to do during the year. He only works for one night. This dude's doing nothing but nutting. Mary is a psycho too. Which one was Mary? Was that the nurse? I'm trying to look for the names. I can't remember which one Mary was. Little girl with a lollipop and a rocket launcher. That wasn't a lollipop, that was a kebab. Just eating a kebab. What does a gynecologist and a pizza delivery guy have in common? They both smell it, but they can't eat it. I mean, technically they both could if they wanted to. It's just there would be repercussions. That was the mad scientist. So many rocket launchers. Jesus Christ. Oh, cool. Love the hat. The hat's cute. Was not expecting that gun to be real. It's kind of awkward how you have to hold it, though. Not sure if I like that. Upper receiver flexes due to an error. Okay.
Really fast in a way that is incredibly exciting to me. It's just...
Don't get too excited about your machine gun, dude. It's a little creepy. She came tech to the nines with a riot shield and a helmet. Someone's actually taking care of themselves. The one android that actually cares about defense instead of just having her tits out. Feed belt and receiver is fictionalized, but the barrel is inspired by the MG3 and the MG42. Oh, okay. Nice. I kind of like the guns that are half-half, that are like inspired by something real, but they've done something different to it for the game. Oh, some of them are like mass-produced models? It still bums me out that they're all just androids. None of them are real chicks. I never realized that before about this franchise. Whenever you see low-quality video of the US Army, it reminds you of the video of them training the Afghans. Makes 100% sense why Taliban took over without any hesitance. Isn't that always been the thing about America, though? Is that there are a shocking amount of enemies that have been like either equipped or trained by them in the past when things were different. Stuff changes over time. Oh boy. It's kind of shocking how many weapons there are in that game. I can't believe they made a video go for that long. That's why I kept trying to skip. So it wouldn't take too long to get through. Use the link redeem, Buttman. Just to make it easier. So it goes into my activity window and I don't lose it. And it also stays fair. Weren't they saying something similar about like Palestine or Israel recently? People are whining about that same stuff. What else was I gonna do before I did that? Oh yeah, Transformers. No, it's okay. Sometimes I don't worry about it too much because, you know, there's not much going on, so, like, one link is fine. But if there's a lot of links being shared by more than one person, it's easy to do it that way. And also, like, if it's busier, it also prevents, like, random trolls for coming in that aren't normally here and trying to prank us with, like, sketchy videos that could get you banned. It's happened more than once. Not being banned, but sketchy peoples. Disgusting misogynistic dev game is getting hype reviews. You're talking about Black Myth, right? Black Myth Wukong? I keep forgetting about the drama behind that dev. I guess because no one really talks about it. It's not really as big in the news as you'd expect it to be. I should probably, like, look more into that at some point to see why. I don't know about hype reviews. I've been seeing decent reviews, but that have issues. Like, the IGN one was interesting, because I looked at that one, and a lot of things they were talking about, they were saying a lot of things about the game that were good. Like, the combat system is great, and it's fun, and it's well designed. The graphics are amazing, but apparently the game is really technically problematic. Like, I think IGN gave it an 8 just for how good the game is despite its issues, but it straight up got docked 2 points because it's, like, at times unplayable in its current state. Like, there was, like, a cutscene or some, like, boss intro thing that would basically soft lock the game, and the dude had to, like, just retry, like, over and over again until eventually it just randomly worked. But he was stuck for ages, not being able to continue the game. It almost, like, it almost stopped the game dead. You know, falling through floors, the text, subtitles, and translations fucking up and going back to, like, Japanese for no reason, including in, like, the item description screens. Like, some of the problems that he listed were kind of shocking. Like, you wouldn't expect that from a AA or a AAA game. Like, really bad stuff that are actually game-breaking. Every UE5 game has had complaints. Did Black Myth Wukong make the transition to 5? Like, did that game... Is that one of those games that started on a different engine, but has been in production for so long that they have to shift to, like, a new engine? Like, they had to move it all to Unreal Engine 5? I feel like that's what might be what happened. Hang on, let me get Buttman's thingy really quick. Oh, it's US Army related. It's by Leroy Jenkins, the YouTube channel. They were sponsored by Epic. Well, there you go. Hey, Buttman, Genie in the chat was actually in the US Army in some respect. I forgot the details.
You're not ready. You don't have a helmet on. Najib doesn't have a rifle right now. How is he ready?
It's like having 26 kids that I have
Wow,
to
this
watch
is
after.
low-res footage.
It really is.
Ready would be on the road, staged, ready to move at 8:30.
I think if they introduced drug testing to the Afghan army, we would lose probably 3/4 to...
Is that guy getting frustrated because the
85%
Afghanis they're working
army.
with aren't
It requires
doing their
telling them
jobs
almost
correctly?
30 times. Don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this.
Come on, let's go.
Building up Afghanistan's army is one of the mainstays of the US exit strategy from
This must be
this
pretty
war.
old footage. It's so
It now stands at
480p.
around 80,000 soldiers. But President Obama recently announced he
Oh,
wants to
Obama
triple that
era.
number.
Okay.
These US Marines are embedded tactical trainers, also known as ETTs, and their job is to mentor the fledgling Afghan army.
Check your soldiers, make sure they're good. Someone's got a helmet on backwards.
They all still got their weapons slung on their shoulders.
Someone
It's
had
not
their
a
helmet
fucking
on
combat
backwards.
patrol. I know we're supposed to advise them and everything like that, but they're supposed to be able to conduct tactical operations without us.
That's funny.
So if I wasn't standing here right now, it makes me wonder if a dude in a bright blue shirt would be going into the mountains, and he probably would be.
How do you even put a helmet on backwards? How is that even possible?
You walk into a whole squad of ANA.
Wait till you see them doing jumping jacks. It became a meme. Oh no. Hopefully we can make it out through all the artifacts,
They don't understand
fragmented
that
pixels.
Use of drugs, it affects the way that they accomplish their mission. Ultimately, it affects their ability to protect their nation and get Afghanistan on its feet.
Assalamu alaikum.
Singe, Jory. Who's smoking hashish around here?
Uh-oh. Someone's got the hashish.
Who's smoking hash?
It's weird how there's now hashish bars around town in like Western countries.
Soldiers come out without helmets.
Like I've been to restaurants here in Sydney that have like a hashish bar section on the balcony. We can order different flavors of hashish.
Right now, we're not going to go on the patrol.
Tell him to come over here. Come here.
And now
What kind
what?
of cigarette is that?
Uh-oh. Busted.
What? Why are you throwing away your cigarette? Aren't cigarettes worth a lot of money here? Hashish? Hashish? Yes, hashish. You smell this and you tell me
What's the
that's
deal
not
with hashish, by the way? Is it like weed? Does it get you like high and make you slow and
It's not just a
sleepy?
complete lack
I don't
of
really
discipline.
know
Lack
anything
of strong
about it.
leadership is also a big problem.
This army is really upsetting me now. In fact, you can't really call it an army at all. I'm just losing interest in it.
It's a bunch of people
But what
on
can we
drugs,
do?
by the sounds of it.
They've recruited totally the wrong kind of men. They're all
They're all
stupid
drunk and high.
ignorant. These young men are a bunch of delinquents.
Yeah, and they're dumb enough to put
They're only here
helmets
because
on
they've been driven
backwards.
out of their villages for misbehaving.
It's like opium?
You have to figure out
Oh,
what
so
motivates your soldiers.
it makes you useless, basically. The last thing you want to be doing on a battlefield.
And you need to get that sense of nationalism.
Is like cannabis?
That,
Well, there you go.
know, that Afghanistan can be a good country. That, will
I just feel like if I was in one of these people's situations, if I was one of these Afghanis and I was here
that can stand up to Iran,
in a place where you
know,
could easily
and
like
be,
die
the
randomly without even
Afghanistan
seeing
of
it coming,
history.
there's no way I would be affecting my
I've talked to them
brain
like
with
this
nothing.
many times. I've gone over it again and again.
You'd want to be like switched
They
on at
just
all
come
times.
for a short while, and if they don't like it here, they just desert.
Made by
I don't get along
compressing and
with them,
processing
they
parts
don't
of the
get along
cannabis
with me.
plant, focusing on the flowering buds containing the most
Promotion in the Afghan
trichomes.
army often has more to do
Trichome
with
is a
family
cool word.
connections and money than ability or merit. This provides little incentive to the average soldier.
When you look at the enemy, they have performance-based promotions where, if they do a good job, they get promoted, vice who they're related to, and you kind of have to respect that in a way.
Sure.
He doesn't have any of his
They
gear
still can't put their
You're
helmets
not
on the
ready.
right
You
way
don't
around.
Have a helmet on. Najib doesn't have a rifle right now. How is he ready?
Ain't nobody ready, bruh.
Ready would be on the road.
They're drunk.
staged, Ready to move at 8:30.
Okay, he's not doing.
Come on, let's go.
He's getting so
After 7 years of
frustrated.
training,
But how do you
many
discipline people
Afghan
when you're
troops still
like out
lack
there?
Even the most basic of soldiering skills.
There you go. Good. There.
I give a fuck about your chai. I care about the mission.
It's such an American thing to
And they're
say.
facing a well-trained,
That's the most American thing I've ever heard.
highly motivated, and experienced enemy that is steadily gaining ground.
This dude is struggling.
We are a little better than we were, and I hope in the future we'll improve some more.
Before now, this guy never used to
But
smoke.
in the meantime, the international forces
It's just
have
his
to
own people
stay.
have stressed him out this much.
They have to stay here to help us.
They failed to discipline them, so they left and the Taliban took over.
If things go on as they are in Afghanistan, then
The
it's just going
Taliban
to
would be
get
using
worse
these
and
same
worse.
numbskulls
It will
as
never
like
get any
suicide
better.
bombers, which is so much easier to do and good for a lazy person on
President
opium.
Obama has allocated 4,000 more military trainers to the Afghan mission. Whether that will be enough to stem the tide of the Taliban advance remains to be seen.
Like if the US soldiers are hard on them, it's like tough love. It's like we're trying to discipline you so that you have your head screwed on straight and doesn't get it blown off.
But still.
But you ain't
time means
listening. You
nothing
just
to
keep
these
getting
guys.
drunk and
If I tell them
high.
That the douchemon was going to drop a bomb on their head at 8:30 in the morning, they'd probably be drinking chai at 8:29.
Yeah, there you go. That's what, pretty much what I was getting at. Guardian Films. Oh, is that like from a doco? Explains everything. This is one of the top comments. Best line ever, 556. Oh, that was the bomb drop one we just heard at the end. That was a good line. sad state of affairs. Did that not include the jumping jacks? I did not see anybody doing a jumping jack, no. My favorite part was the helmet on backwards part, because I still don't see how that's possible. You'd have to be pretty fucked up to get that wrong. Because those helmets don't even go on properly that way around. You wouldn't be able to see nothing. Oh, it was in a 20-second clip while you were searching. And that was the one that stood out to you. I'm sure when Jeannie was over there doing stuff, she was a lot more disciplined. A picture of discipline, if you will. Can drop and give you 200 push-ups even. Could shoot the wings off a fly's back from 200 yards. Blah, 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 blah. What was I going to do? What's in my relateds real quick? I'm trying to remember what I was going to do before this. Oh, did you know that you could barely do 25 push-ups? I bet I could barely do 25 now. Like, I've been fitter. I've been fit enough to do more than that, but not currently. I feel like I've been, ever since film school where I stopped eating as well, and I haven't gone to the gym since I was in the public service with a 9-to-5 job. I feel like nowadays, if I dropped to give you push-ups right now, I feel like I wouldn't make it to 25. I bet I've deteriorated quite a bit. I've got quite skinny. Like, I've got pants that don't fit. I've got pairs of pants that fall off when I put them on, unless I belt them up. And those used to fit. So, you can't tell right now because I'm in an Oodie, and Oodie makes you look a little chunky because there's a lot of, a lot of wool. I could be fat under this, you wouldn't know, but I'm actually the opposite. Your bones would probably snap. I mean, I'm not going to go that far. I do drink a lot of milk. I've got good calciumed bones, calcified bones. Wait, calcified's not a good word. That's bad. I do have milky cereals all the time, and plenty of milk in my teas and coffees. I'm pretty. I've only ever broken a bone once, and that was a motorcycle accident where the clavicle got snapped in my shoulder, and I couldn't use my arm, and it took me 3 days to figure out that there was something broken until I got an X-ray, and you could see it snapped in half in the X-ray. It was kind of rad. Calcified means you have too much calcium. Yeah, that's why I freaked out when I said it. Because I said calcium, my brain went to calcified, and then I immediately was like, no, that's the opposite. That's bad. We don't want that. Afghanistan and your country, Iran, are neighbors. Sadly, after the Taliban came back, they were coming here illegally by the masses. Violent crime rates went up. Oh, Jesus. Don't tell the MAGAs in America that, because they're looking for every excuse to whine about their borders. They're always looking for arguments for why immigration should be stamped down on, to the point where they're literally willing to be very inhuman to their fellow man. I hate to sound like MAGA. No, I don't personally think you would sound like MAGA. That sounds like a legit issue you guys were having. What I hate is the fact that right-wingers in America that just want to make a point about immigrants and sending people out of their country, they'll take examples like that and they'll go, oh, look, see? That's why there's horrible crime in America, because we let, people with different colored skin in over the border. They'll use it as an excuse to be racist, even though, in those countries, there's legit issues going on that are more complicated than that. Like Jeannie's saying, you're dealing with a terrorist group. There are, actual families that are looking for asylum in America that are in trouble and whose lives are on the line, that a lot of racist Americans that are Trump followers will literally just, kick in the face and send back to their sure death. Because what? Because midjobs? Because they think they're all terrorists and rapists? That's why Trump's rhetoric is problematic and kind of disgusting. Because he only ever talks about immigration and people from overseas as rapists and terrorists and people escaping from insane asylums, which is his understanding of what an asylum seeker is. He heard the word asylum and he thinks Hannibal Lecter, and he rambles on about Hannibal Lecter, and it's really embarrassing. And he talks about it so much. Every other press conference he has, when he starts talking about immigration, he just goes on this massive tangent about Hannibal Lecter. The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'll have you for dinner. And you're like, why are you such a toddler? Why do you keep doing this word association bullshit in your brain? Like, those things aren't equated. That's not what an asylum seeker is, you fucking muppet. He's such an idiot. Anyway. I think about not sounding like them when I talk about this issue. Yeah, but people that you're talking to, people listening need to understand the differences in different worldwide situations. There are complexities. We'd have less illegal immigrants if we had a better processing system. Yeah, the conversation in America around illegal immigration is very messy because that's what the MAGAs go back to the most. It's like, no, it's not about being racist. It's about legality. It's about the fact that they're legal immigrants. And it's like, yeah, but it's a complicated situation as well. Like Jeannie said, like, there doesn't need to be that many illegal immigrants if the system was better, like, suited to processing and dealing with the situation. And there are going to be people that need help that maybe aren't going to be able to do it in more legal means. That doesn't mean fuck them and let them die, because then you're just letting women and children, you know, march to their deaths. We don't want that either. That's inhuman. There's got to be some kind of middle ground to sorting it out. Sometimes people might need to do things the wrong way first before they can get the help they need. It's unfortunate, and it shouldn't need to be the case, but it's going to happen, and it can't just be a black and white scenario of just fuck them, let them die. Like, that's always going to be the inhuman way to look at it. But I feel like the right-wingers tend to always end up there. But, you know, it's sad. Illegal is a fun term. Just a matter of defining something as illegal. There are humanitarian international conventions. Yeah, I mean, there's the idea of legality, and then there's the idea of like what's actually right and wrong, like moralism, ethics. Like, something might be it's like the whole thing about someone stealing bread to feed their family because they're poor. It's like, yeah, stealing bread's illegal. You're doing something wrong, but there's a forced necessity that's relatable there because you're trying to feed your kids and you're desperate, and maybe it's not your fault that you're in that situation in the first place. It always comes back to the system. Like, why is the system done this to these people that they have to resort to these means? The same system that made the thing illegal is putting people in a position to have to do the illegal thing. That tends to be a lot of the time what happens. Isn't America made of immigrants? Yes, exactly. A lot of the people that go on about immigration and get out of my country, their family themselves are like immigrants. They're Irish, they're Italians, you know, whatever. Those are the most white of them. But all of, I mean, that was the whole point of America in the first place. It was a place you escape to. It was the land of the free, where anyone can make do. It wouldn't be a country today with immigration. Yeah, there you go. It's just that right-wingers like to ignore that whole aspect of Americans' history. They like to pretend like they are Americans and nobody else is. I mean, like, the only real Americans are the Native Americans, like the people that literally were on this continent to begin with when the rest of you showed up. It's the same with me. Like, I'm South African. I was born there. My whole family's South African. But we're not originally from Africa because my ancestors were Dutch. The Afrikaans, the white Afrikaners, are descended from Dutch settlers. So, in my own home country, I'm essentially the product of immigration. Same with Australia. I mean, I live in Australia now. I'm legally Australian. And Australia is a little convict island where England dropped its ne'er-do-wells. And then they went and tried to colonize the Aboriginals and breed them out of existence. One of my favorite quotes of old is, "It is equally illegal for both the rich and the poor to sleep under bridges in London." I've never heard that before. Neat. Before I get sidetracked again, because I just noticed this on my in my related feed. Did you know that I'd heard about this before, but I never actually got a chance to look at it. Did you know that Netflix did a Terminator anime very recently? I think it might be coming out soon or just is out. Because I saw that there was a teaser trailer, but now there's actually an official full trailer as well. Is it? Yeah, Netflix. Terminator Zero, it's called. From Skydance and Production IG, which is some pretty decent production clout right there. I might check out the teaser real quick. There's a full trailer out, but I want to see the first one. Just out of curiosity. The point being, the rich never need to sleep under bridges. Yeah, true. 17-second video. Oh, what's this? Did you find the jumping jacks? Oh, it's... Is this an AI-generated video of Kamala and Trump getting along? Oh, no. It's actually... Oh my god, this actually makes me uncomfortable. This actually makes me feel bad for Kamala. This gets worse and worse with every single clip. Why is Kamala wearing a crown? Like, America is not a monarchy. Why was she wearing a crown? Oh, gross. A little baby Trump. It's not even cute. Not even gonna go there. Far out. This is AI. Of course it's AI, Genie. Do you think this would be real? Kamala and Trump making out in the White House? And also this? I just noticed that Trump's hand that he's rubbing her belly with has got painted red fingernails. Why has Trump got painted red fingernails? The AI is wildin', man. I kind of dig it though. Trump being a little bit more open-minded like that. Maybe wearing some guy liner. It's amazing what tools are available these days. Oh yeah, AI can make videos now, like pretty legit videos. Hang on, let me show you one real quick. Give me a sec. Where did I put it? Dip, 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 dip. In here, maybe? No. Maybe this one. Yeah, here. This is AI, by the way. Wait, let me full screen this. This is some pretty recent AI tech. Blip. Look how quality this is. Isn't that incredible? And this isn't even deepfake, by the way. Deepfake is entirely different. That's like a process of compositing a real face onto a real body. This is entirely AI generated. Like nothing in these images exists. This is all made up from nothing. Just turn that music off for a second. Find the Will Smith eating spaghetti. I think that's in the Discord. I think I remember posting that in my Discord somewhere. I can't remember which. It might be in the somewhere at the beginning of the AI. We do have an AI thread in there. Yeah, this is one of the more recent, flawlessly impressive ones that I've seen. I've seen a couple of these where it's like legitimately like AI generated videos of women just actually just doing stuff and emoting, and it just looks like real video footage. Future's going to be bad for humans. Yeah, a little bit. I feel like with all technology, we make the mistake of fearing it too much, because there's going to be some downsides to a new technology, but then ultimately, flash forward in the future, it's just going to be business as usual. Like, it'll become the default. We'll stop giving a shit. Things like jobs or creative arts will shift and change in the way we handle it. But, you know, life will go on. Like, people freak out about the AI thing a bit, like it's going to be fucking Skynet, or we're all going to lose our jobs and it's going to be like some dystopian future of poverty. And it's like, no, I don't think so. Artists will just find creative ways to adapt and use the tools in their work, as opposed to fighting against it and becoming poor and homeless. That's all. It's kind of like artists back in the day that drew with pencil. They used to go on and complain about computers stealing their work and taking over. And now today, all artists will use tablets, will use Photoshop, will use all kinds of software in the creation of their artwork, as including on top of that their drawing ability, like on the tablet rather than on the paper maybe. Things just evolve. They don't kill what we know. They take and adapt and fuse it with the new. And you either adapt with it or you complain like a boomer and you fall behind. There's one thing I learned from doing media production in IT at university, is that they teach you that the future is about always researching and understanding the current next-gen tomorrow technology. Like, if you put your own effort into keeping an eye on the industry and on the movement of technology and software and how things are done, you stay cutting edge with it. As soon as you complain about it and you dig your feet into the dirt and you're like, no, this is how it's done, this new thing is evil, you get left behind. You become a tech boomer that no one gives a fuck about. And no one's going to hire to do jack shit. Program could probably tell. Yeah, there are programs that can read pixels and figure that stuff out. That already exists. There's browser software that can do that. I've done it with Photoshop pictures, where you can run a picture through and it'll actually show you a cross-section of like the monochrome pixels, and they'll show what's real and what's doctored. There's a bunch of websites that do that for free. I've played with it for fun, just to see how good they are. You've already lost your job to AI. Used to be a professional photo restorer and colorizer, and now they prefer free but shitty AI result to real art. Yeah, there's a lot of free but shitty, like browser-based stuff when it comes to this. Real companies that actually give a shit about quality product, they'll still pay for the good versions of that. They'll still put money into it, but there are a lot of people that'll... It's kind of like in my industry. As an editor and someone that is on film sets a lot, helping out on film crews, there's a lot of things that production companies, like cheap ones, will skimp on, and it's really frustrating. Like, I have a lot of actor friends that find it hard to get work, and a lot of projects that I work on, whether it's on set or just editing, almost nobody gets a job out of it on the acting side of things, because they always get friends and family that they can use for free to be like the models in their TV commercials and stuff. And that kind of shit happens constantly, to the point where very few of the projects I work on ever seem to have an actual paid actor involved. And it's infuriating because, like, I work for a lot of mid to lower range productions like that, and they're all cheap. And it's like, every time we get to work for like a high end, like actual like rich company, where they actually pay for everything properly, it's like a godsend. It's like, oh, thank you. Someone doing something properly for a change and actually giving people jobs. Why is this so rare? I'm watching this on a handheld phone before computers were done by hand. A lot of money is generated by catching on to new. You use Adobe Lightroom. Yeah, I've used Lightroom. I very rarely do. I tend to stick to mainly just Photoshop, but I've played around with Lightroom. I've also used Illustrator, but I don't really like it much because I don't do much creation from scratch. I'm more of a compositor, so I don't need Illustrator often. But I need to know how to use it, because some people will give me Illustrator files sometimes. I don't know how to. I need to know how to take it apart. What is this link? The jumping jack video. Oh, okay. Wait. They're all very out of sync, aren't they? What is this dude doing? Holy shit. I think guy's never even heard of a jumping jack before. They're all high and not taking this seriously, man. Calling it now. Please make a timeline graph for your time travel movie. Visualization makes it easier. Oh, yeah, I gotta go dig that up still. I'll probably try to put it on Vimeo, because that's where I put my other shorts. But I haven't done that yet. I don't think it needs it. It's not so complicated that it needs a Oh, I gotta finish it first, and then I'll probably end up on Vimeo someday. Once I work out what I need to do with that film. I don't think it's so complicated it needs a timeline graph. It's not like Primer. Like, Primer is the kind of movie we need a timeline graph. Because that movie will fuck you up. What was I talking? Oh, yeah, Terminator. I forgot. I was going to look at the Terminator Zero teaser for Netflix. It's better be good, man. It's got what was that company called? Production IG? Yeah. If it's got IG behind it, then I'm fairly certain this is going to be solid. Speaking of time travel, we went from talking about time travel to a time travel series.
You can't see it yet.
I sometimes forget how important time travel is to the Terminator franchise. Looks good. Good art.
There's no going back. Not really.
No AI to be seen. Except for the Skynet robots.
It will never, ever stop.
On August 29th. Anime. Robots. They're gonna come for us all.
There's only one thing standing in between you and him. Me.
Who's she? Is that meant to be anime Sarah Connor, or is that a new character? Doesn't look like Sarah Connor, but sometimes anime versions of characters can look very different. Primer and Synchronicity really need timeline graphs? Yes. I forgot about Synchronicity. I totally forgot that movie existed. You just, like, reminded me of that. That's kind of neat. It looks quality. Let me get the proper trailer, because that was the teaser. I don't really understand what's happening in the plot yet. But a lot of it seems to take place after Judgment Day, in the future. I don't think anyone's going back in time.
What makes you think
Is that Smashing Pumpkins I hear in the background? Could have sworn I heard Smashing Pumpkins.
Knowledge is power. If you understand something,
Oh, it's both the past and the future. Maybe we get to live through Judgment Day as it happens.
In an act of self-preservation, it will enact nuclear strikes.
Like the show starts
I believe that humanity
pre-Judgment Day, and it happens during the show.
I believe that you have the power to change our fate.
Skynet has sent a
Am I
Terminator
hearing
back
Smashing
in time.
Pumpkins in the background? Because
You
I'm
are
still
the
hearing
only
it.
one who can do this.
Tell me where Malcolm is. If the Terminator can't get to Malcolm, the children will be its next target.
So there's still definitely Terminators coming back in time. They're still using the time machine.
Malcolm, what are you scared of?
Judgment.
That hologram lady was full CG.
The end of the world comes tomorrow.
Sweet. She's definitely Sarah Connoring all over this plot, whoever that chick is. Hey, Remy. You're in the way a little bit. Where you going? I think that was Smashing Pumpkins. It just never fully kicked in, the soundtrack, so I couldn't quite tell. Terminator after the second movie wasn't really amazing. It's the same deal for Alien. Alien and Aliens are pretty tops, but then after that it goes a little pear-shaped. Terminator is almost the same situation. You know what's going to be the big test for Terminator Zero? This is Production IG going up against, essentially, what's the Austin, Texas-based animation company that's behind Castlevania and Masters Universe? I feel like on the Netflix platform, that's the company that's really knocking it out of the park. They're the ones that are really killing it. Everything they produce is gold. So when you're someone like Production IG, which is a, established anime, like they've been around since before that Austin, Texas company. I can't remember the name of it. They've got clout. They've been around. They've made good stuff, but they're going up against the best of the best on Netflix with this show. Like if this Terminator show is not equal quality to Castlevania and Masters Universe, then it's like they're going to take a hit for that. Because people are going to be comparing them to like something that's already like 10 out of 10. That's a bit scary for them. But I think they can. It's Production IG. They can do it. I'm sure they can. Let me type Castlevania Netflix. Let me just get the name of this. I don't want to keep not referencing them correctly. Animation, Powerhouse Animation. There we go. Them's the boys, based in Austin, Texas. These guys know what they're doing. Castlevania, Masters Universe, Skull Island. Okay, they did a Skull Island animation, which I didn't know about somehow. I know about Blood of Zeus, but I never watched it. I heard good things, though, based on Greek mythology. Tomb Raider is the next one. Legend of Lara Croft. And I could have sworn that Devil May Cry was going to be next after Castlevania. Maybe that's what they're going to start on after Lara Croft, after Tomb Raider. Oh, you also said it. They're also working on Devil May Cry. Well, they don't have it listed on their Wikipedia yet. But I do remember that being in the news that they were going to be doing Devil May Cry's animated show. And we knew about that since the first Castlevania couple of seasons. They announced that a while back. But for some reason, they're not listed as something that's in production currently. They've only got Tomb Raider as the next thing. But I'm sure it'll appear. Once Tomb Raider comes out, maybe they'll shift to that. And they'll get into it and it'll appear. Sonic Frontiers promotional short was released featuring animation by... Oh, cool. They did an animated trailer for Sonic Frontiers as like a little side job, including the trailer for Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania. That's funny. Wait, what's this? Oh, the Devil May Cry. Yeah, no, we watched this. We've known about this for ages, but apparently they don't have it officially listed as a project they're currently working on, and I'm not sure why that is. I do remember wishing that there was more to this trailer, because I wanted a taste. There's also a behind-the-scenes featurette 9 months ago at Geek Week. So clearly it's in the middle of production, but why does their wiki not talk about it at all? That's very weird. Hang on. Let me search for... Why isn't this... There we go. DM... That's not D. DMC? No matches. Devil? Not a single reference to DMC or Devil May Cry. What the fuck? That's curious. Let me try something else. Devil May Cry. Redirected from Devil May Cry. Okay, whatever. Novels, video games. development, other media, light novels, comic and manga, animation, animated series. I've actually got that on DVD. Oodie Shankar. That's right, it's Oodie Shankar joint. It's from the bootleg universe. Considered both series part of a shared bootleg universe with Castlevania. So is it not Powerhouse? Did they move to somebody else? Oh, that's why. Okay. It's not Powerhouse. I just saw it's from a different animation studio. Yeah, I just found that as well. Studio Mur. Was that always the case, or did it change hands? Because that surprises me, because I could have sworn it was going to be Powerhouse as well. Unless they've got so much on their plate, they just can't fit it in. So, even though it's being produced by the same people, Oodie Shankar's company, maybe they have to just go with a different animator for it. Whew. Oh, Studio Mur did X-Men 97. Yeah, maybe it was never Powerhouse. We just assumed because of Oodie, you're right. This is looking good, though, because Studio Mur is behind Legend of Korra and the Boondocks, Young Justice, the Dota series, the Harlequin show, that Skull Island show that they made with Powerhouse. They both worked on it, I guess. That new My Adventures of Superman show. I've seen screenshots from that. It looks nice. And X-Men 97, which is currently like really hitting hard. Okay, cool. I was worried that Studio Mur, because I'd never heard of them, I thought they were going to be some like nobody studio that was going to be a risk. This studio's not a risk at all. They've done some dope shit. They're actually great. They did that Witcher movie on Netflix. They're the ones behind that new Watchmen show. Oh, I haven't seen any of that yet. There's a trailer for that. Oh, shit. Mortal Kombat Legends. Specifically Scorpion's Revenge and Battle of the Realms. I don't see the Johnny Cage one on here. That must be somebody else. Okay. We need to check out this new Watchmen series. I don't like the fact that it's still somewhat tied to Zack Snyder. That's the only thing I've heard about it. But an animated Watchmen show doesn't sound too bad. Sorry, Terminator, I gotta leave for a second. You look great. Where is it? It's gotta be here somewhere. Here it is. Hideko Itsuno is supervising the anime. What was he responsible for? Hang on, let me have some cookies. Need some of these pizza shapes real quick. Bit dry. I think I could use something a bit more chocolatey. Yeah, I don't recognize the name. Hideaki. Oh, he's been directing the game since 3. So 3 was his first? You know what, that tracks, because 3 was such a departure from 1 and 2. Like, 3 got so insane, stylistically. And the first 2 were already pretty stylistic. But 3 went like... 3 went like Ultra Instinct. Oh, and he's also behind Dragon's Dogma and... Oh, the first, both of them. Technically 2, but he was replacing someone. Wild. That's cool. I like 3 a lot. 3's got a lot of style. Alright, let me check out this Watchmen thing. Red Band trailer. Warner Brothers Entertainment. Of course it is. Violent content and some graphic nudity. Well, not on stream, please. Calm down.
October 13th, 1985. On Friday night, a comedian died in New York.
Wait, this is just the movie. Don't tell me we're doing the movie.
Somebody knows why.
or the graphic novel over again.
Nobody's safe.
The comedian is dead? Why?
You're supposed to be the world's smartest man, fight.
God damn it.
Active for 40 years. Men make a lot of enemies.
It's just Watchmen again.
Blake was a monster.
We're society's only protection.
The animation looks a bit stiff, actually.
Protection from who? From themselves.
Alright. That I didn't know. They're just readapting the graphic novel from the start. They're just doing the book again in animated form.
Who killed Edward Blake? No. Maybe this was a political killing. Or maybe someone's...
I feel like it looks decent in still frames, but it doesn't always look great when it's moving. Like the animation style's a bit stiff.
I know she got involved. Doesn't fit. Waiting for a flash of enlightenment.
Cool. Are we still getting Dr. Manhattan Wang? Because the Wang is important.
But am I shaping it? I want to know who's behind this! It's a joke, but I don't get it!
Every day, the future looks a little bit darker.
This trailer's going in a bit. They're putting their all into selling this thing.
It is too late. Always has been.
Still haven't seen any Blue Wang yet.
Who's behind this? I don't know! Not convincing. I don't know! There is good and there is evil, and evil must be punished. Even in the face of...
I wonder if they'll adapt more of the book, since they don't have to cram it into a 2-hour movie. Like, hopefully we get more of it fleshed out. I also hope they retain the book's ending. Like, if you're gonna do this again, let's see it more accurate to the book, like one for one. Because Zack Snyder did the adapting thing, where he changed things to help make the live action make more sense from his point of view, which was both good and bad. I understand some of the reasoning behind changing the alien squid at the end to just Dr. Manhattan. It does tie things a little bit closer together for a 2-hour version of something that could go for much longer. But if you're doing a series from scratch, like a cartoon, like just go all in on the original text. Feel free to add more to it. Fill in the blanks. Stuff that wasn't even in the book. As long as you do it well. Like, I can see that also going very pear-shaped. I don't understand what Zack Snyder's involvement is, though, because I heard that he was involved in some respect. Like, maybe as a producer. They don't really talk about it in the description or the trailer. Maybe he's just a producer. Like, maybe he's just got some money behind it because of his ties to the movie. But otherwise, we don't have to worry about him making it the usual bullshit that he does. I'm a little tired of edgelord Zack Snyder stuff. Do you hear about the director's cuts of Rebel Moon? I heard the Rebel Moon director's cut, which is like 3 to 4 hours long now, is like full of nudity and like pointless sex scenes that go on for way too long, which I think is kind of hilarious. I do find that very funny. Oh god. He's a horny little boy, that one. You look back at stuff like Sucker Punch and you're like, I think there's a bit of a Coomer in Zack Snyder. He pretends it's for the art, but I think he's whacking off when he's making movies. Just a little bit. His religion sexually repressed him. He's a Christian boy? I didn't know that. He's a God-fearing little Christian? I didn't know that at all. That also makes sense. Because he comes off as both a dude bro and a dork at the same time, somehow. Like this little short king nerd that never used to get action when he was younger and is now a bit of a hornbag when he's older. One of the spin-off cults. Oh no. Ew. Oh, DMC2 is with the Star Wars 9 of the series. You know what I remember about DMC2? Denim. The only thing I remember from DMC2 is denim. Because if I recall, Capcom had some kind of like tie-in collaboration with Levi's. So basically like Dante and the chick demon that you can play as the other optional playable character to, you know, experience her story. I recall them both wearing a lot of denim with the Levi's brand tag clearly visible on the clothes. Oh, it was Diesel. Okay, sorry. I misquoted the brand. I think I went to Levi's because that's like the only jeans brand that I actually remember off by heart. You're right, it was Diesel. The second you said Diesel, I had flashbacks. But that's really funny to me, like, the fact that the game was so shit compared to what the first one established and what the third one became. The fact that that one's also the marketing cash grab, the sellout game, I think is just perfect. It's the perfect storm of all the worst things that could happen to one game. Not a good look. And thankfully, it didn't seem to ever happen again. It's like the next game could have been like fucking some other clothing tie-in brand. Like every DMC game could have turned into that. Or Mountain Dew. What did Death Stranding do? It wasn't Mountain Dew, was it? Death Stranding got a bunch of branding tie-ins. Like, I remember the footage of Norman Reedus. Was it Monster? Yeah, there you go. I remember seeing the footage of Norman Reedus in his little home base hub sitting on the bed, just knocking back some Monster, making sure the label on the can was like turned to camera. It was like watching a Michael Bay movie. Remember the Michael Bay Transformers when the vending machine turns into a Transformer and Mark Wahlberg grabs like a fucking Bud Light or something and like drinks it commercial style to camera, and there's a few moments of silence of him showing off the drink. It's so fucking bad. Love it though. There was something recently that did that, where there was a car parked in some grass. It was clearly a car. What movie was it? It was something big. It might have been a Marvel movie. Shit, I can't remember. I remember them walking over to the car and it was parked perfectly on this green patch of grass. And the lighting and the framing of the shot was the end of a car ad before the text comes up. It was so gratuitous. I just wish I could remember what that was from. It was blatant as fuck. It was something we laughed at on stream. It was in the trailer, I think, as well. Great PR sponsorship when people forget the brand. Yeah, it didn't work, did it? Because I forgot Diesel and I actually replaced them with their competitor. I quoted Levi's. The Honda and Deadpool. No, the Honda and Deadpool was pretty well used. Because a lot of the talk about the Honda and Deadpool was like self-deprecating humor until the ending, after they have the massive fight in the car and Deadpool says, I changed my mind. The Honda fucks. So it ended up being a positive brand connection, but up until then it was mostly like Deadpool talking shit about it, which is a good way to go about it. Like, haze the brand at first and then end on something positive. It was definitely something where they just walked over to the car and it was stupid. Fuck, I wish I could remember. It was something very recent. And it was also visible in the trailer, the car shot. Maybe I'll think about it later. It'll probably come to me. Or that gratuitous car shot. See what comes up. That gratuitous movie car shot. I'll know it if I see it. It was so notorious and it went so viral for being so obvious that I felt like just it'll come up if I type the right thing. Okay, wait. Let's try obvious brand car shot movie. Oh, they're gonna show stuff like Bond. We know that James Bond shows off Aston Martins and shit. We don't need to. We don't need to go there. God, maybe this is not gonna work. I don't think I can just find it with no other information. I do like the greatest movie ever sold. Certainly, it's hard to find on streaming. Don't you hate when that happens? When we move away from practical disc-based medium, and then you can't fucking find any of the stuff that you want on streaming. So there's like no options. Let's go to YouTube real quick. Yahtzee tries. I'm gonna watch that later. Trailers. Was it Dead? No, it wasn't Deadpool. Definitely wasn't Deadpool. Movie trailer. That'll show us some of the more recent movie trailers. Disney. Rings of Power. Official trailer. Oh, I heard about this here thing with Tom Hanks. That actually, I referenced that in a trailer for a game I saw a couple of weeks ago. The concept. It's basically like the movie is basically a one shot of a room that takes place over multiple generations, as like the characters and the lives and the house changes around it. It seems pretty clever. Forrest Gump 2. Oh, fake. I really hate it when they do that. I'm sick of fake trailers. What a waste of goddamn time. Definitely wasn't Borderlands. Ricatas. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna see that Tom Hanks trailer. Let's do that instead. Where'd it go? Seeing a lot of Red Hulk. There it is. Sony Pictures.
Hey, Dad. Like to
Daddy.
meet Margaret.
Nice to meet you, Margaret.
Nice
70s?
to meet you, Mr. Young.
Time sure does fly, doesn't it?
Yeah, see, this shot we're on right now?
Sure does.
This locked off shot is the whole movie. Robert Zemeckis. So we start in prehistoric times, and time moves forward from this exact same angle throughout the ages. Almost as if you put a camera in one spot as a time traveler in prehistoric times and left it there and nothing touched it. Like, how would time change around it?
Right here is where we want to be.
How cool of a concept is this, though?
You know, if you like,
It depends on how you pull it off.
you could spend the rest of the night here.
I could spend the rest of my life here.
You probably will. It's also a bit of a cinematography challenge because the camera can't move, but the environment has to change and look different
This
and
was
interesting.
our home.
Oh, they're
lived
old.
here.
I wonder how much of the pre-Tom Hanks family of time that we see, or if maybe all that time at the beginning is more of a montage until we get to the first family that lives in that house. And then from then on we slow down and we see generations change in this one house. You really like Man from Earth? It's giving the same vibe? And I haven't seen Tom Hanks in a while either. What was the last thing Tom Hanks was in? Oh, the sci-fi movie with the dog and the robot. I think he dies and the dog is left with the robot, something like that. Dogma is just pulled because Disney doesn't want to offend anybody. Yeah, you can't find Dogma anywhere. I've got the DVD, thankfully, still, but I have seen people complain about that. And Kevin Smith has talked about it on his podcast as well, because I watch that all the time. It's a bit awkward when stuff like that happens. Dogma's good, though. Like, Dogma wasn't making fun of religion so much as it was having fun with religion, because Kevin Smith himself is religious. Like, he grew up as a Christian, and he does believe that stuff. But he's just not weird about it. Like, you know, he's a fairly kind of, like, foul-mouthed, kind of offensive dude himself. In a way that you wouldn't expect him to be religious, but, you know, that's what his family was. But he has, like, a good attitude about it. Like, he likes to make fun of religion and make jokes about it and be kind of, like, rude and gross about it. But, like, other religious people take offense to that, and it's like, he's one of your own. He's just, like, making a comedy out of your own content. I'm anti-theist. I mean, I'm an atheist. Like, I don't believe at all in any religious stuff. Like, I find that stuff really annoying and kind of stupid. I don't really get it. I don't know how anyone can believe any of that shit, personally. But I try not to make a big deal out of it, because, whatever, people are going to believe what they're going to believe. And then at the end of the day, we're all going to die, and none of it's going to matter. So live and let live, I suppose. As long as you're not one of those religious people that uses your religion as an excuse to abuse other people and other beliefs, which is often the problem. Especially with Western religions like Christianity. Christianity has an unfortunate obsession with fucking with other people that aren't on their same wavelength. Which is exactly what I don't like. And why I often turn on that stuff. Because it's like, you believe some nonsense just to give you an excuse to be a bad person and treat other people like shit? Good job. You seem really smart. Ew. But I don't have anything against people that are from those backgrounds or religious families and have a certain degree of belief in it, depending on how they behave. I like Kevin Smith because even though I can't relate to him on a religion, anti-religion level, because he's a Christian, I'm not, I do like Kevin Smith because he's a good person and he has a good sense of humor and attitude towards that stuff, which is what makes all the difference. Like, as long as that is the case, then I don't give a shit. Because it's the same as, like, there are people who really love soccer, and I don't like soccer, but I'm not going to hold it against them. That's their thing. Like, I can still get along with them just fine, despite the fact that they're, you know, got a hard-on for football, and I don't. You can treat the religion the same way. It's just there's a line. There's a line, and if you cross that line in terms of how you treat other people, using your religion or your belief as an excuse, that's where you lose me. But if you're a good person, regardless, it doesn't matter. Easier to have someone to thank for the beauty of a leaf and blaming hardship. Understand why some choose that. Well, my thing has always been, human beings are very weak to fear. We have a lot of deep-seated, ingrained fear of the world around us, of our own survival and what comes after. Like, we don't like thinking about of reality as something that can exist without us around to perceive it. That's scary to us, because all we know is our perception. All we know is our POV. We don't understand what came before us. We don't understand how there could be anything before us. All we know is what we see and how we believe it. So the idea of having to think ahead to a time when you don't exist anymore, after your death, that tends to give people existential dread. Like, people kind of lose their minds when they try to wrap their head around that concept. And people can't handle the nihilism of that. So that fear tends to drive people to accepting beliefs that will explain your existence in a way where that fear can be omitted. So when people are dead set Christians, it's basically because someone came to them with an idea and said, hey, life is scary and fucked, but hey, think of this. What if there's a God, and what if he has a magical heaven place that when you die, you don't actually die. A magical, invisible version of you gets to fly away to this magic land full of ice cream and vaginas. And you know, isn't that wonderful? You get to be alive forever. And then people go, yeah, that's great. I believe this now because I really want that to be true. Because life is horrifying if it exists without me. Disney owns Dogma? I suppose. Someone has to. They probably picked up a bunch of companies in their mergers, and that came with it. I've never really looked into it, to be honest. Assume there are other people and try to make the world a better place for them. Well, that's a good, like, moralistic outlook, but you don't, like, people don't need an outside source to believe in a way of living. Like, you can believe that the real way to live life is to live it for other people, to make the world a better place for others. Like, put all your effort and time and focus on that. You don't need a religion or some greater power or to believe in some magical thing to be able to do that. You can do that because that's the right thing to do. I've spoken to people in real life, people that I've been acquaintances with, that have been religious, that have confusing outlooks on religion and the necessity for it as it ties to ethics and morality. Like, I've talked to people who, they think if you're not religious, then you have to be a bad person because there's no moral structure without religion. Without God to set morals, then there are no morals, in which case I may as well be a violent murderer and rapist, because what's stopping me? And I always found that outlook very problematic, because that's basically saying that we are not capable of good. We're not capable of morals if some outside entity doesn't force us to do it. And I just reject that idea. Like, we can decide that. We can decide to be good without some magical sky daddy setting the parameters for goodness so that we know what to do or what to adhere to. Otherwise, we get punished and sent to hell. You shouldn't be good because you're going to be punished if you're not good. You should be good because you're good. Just plain and simple. Like, I don't think that's a hard concept to grasp. But some religious people struggle with that because they have to believe that their God or they're the entities that have created all that there is, including themselves and their purpose, have set these guidelines to make it so. Otherwise, there should be no reason for any of it. We may as well be running around the streets eating each other, like cannibalizing and raping or whatever. But it's like, why is that the two options? Why does it have to be a God to force you to be good? Otherwise, everything is horrible. Like, what the fuck is this black and white bullshit? A girl power comment I made got 54 likes. On what? Twitter? YouTube? Disney doesn't own Dogma. Who owns Dogma then? I actually want to know now. That's interesting. I'm very curious. I gotta stop eating these cookies because I don't need all this extra junk food right now. Oh, Weinstein. So Kevin Smith bought it back off the Weinstein Company, right? So does Kevin just own it now? Oh, okay. So Kevin's problem right now would be he has the rights back for the movie, but in order to distribute or stream it, he needs to license it to a company that does that, and maybe nobody wants it. He owns it since June 20... Oh, that's recent. Holy shit, that was 2 months ago. Oh, so maybe he hasn't had enough time to shop it out for physical or streaming releases. Because that's pretty... He's been working on his current movie. The 4:30 movie, I think it's called. He wants to make a sequel. I'd watch a sequel to Dogma. Dogma was fun. There's some really hilarious shit in Dogma. Especially if you're an atheist or if you're a Christian with a good sense of humor about your own religion. I think Dogma is good. Like, it works for both sides of the fence. Unless you're a Christian that, like, has a stick up your ass about that stuff and you can't make fun of any of it, otherwise it's blasphemy, in which case, fuck you anyway. Art is not for you. You loved Alanis Morissette as God? Yeah, that was a good joke. In fact, that's been a running joke with Kevin. I've seen Kevin Smith refer to God as her for his entire career, because like ever since Dogma, it's just like inset in his brain now that no matter what he does and what movies he makes, God is always Alanis Morissette, almost like an in-universe thing. You don't like the shit demon? The caca demon, yeah. You know, you know what was a good scene? Salma Hayek doing the pigtail stripper routine. I think that's the same scene that leads up to the poo demon. So I'm going to excuse the shit demon simply because we got the Salma Hayek stripper scene with the bubblegum and the glasses and the pigtails. There's a lot to love about that movie. It's a shame that it's the most problematic in terms of being able to view the damn thing. Unless, like me, you've just still got a DVD on the shelf. I've got his entire View Askew universe on DVD. Like, Clerks, Mallrats, Chasing Amy, Dogma, Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. And after that, the only movies I've got are Tusk and Red State. I don't like Tusk. I think the first third is good, and when Johnny Depp shows up, it kind of ruins the movie. But the setup is good. And I like Red State a lot. A lot of people are 50-50 on Red State, but I think that's actually one of his good, non-Kevin Smithy kind of movies. I like that a lot. I hated the two angel guys. Oh, really? I love... You mean Matt Damon and Ben Affleck? Oh, they were hilarious in that movie. As the fallen angels that are basically just running amok on Earth. And I think Matt Damon is technically the god of death. He's like the death angel, so he's like inclined to be kind of psychopathic and just like killing people randomly. You hate Batfleck? I like Ben Affleck. Especially as a director. Like, he's a good actor. Both of them are, but I feel like when he became a director, like, he reached another level. Like, Gone Baby Gone is an incredible movie. I still think that's his best movie he's ever made. Like, I love that film. I have that on Blu-ray and watched it many times. Batfleck. You have DVDs of your favorites too? Yeah, I've got a shelf, like an alphabetized library shelf of Blu-rays and DVDs in the living room. There's quite a lot. I haven't bought any in a long time though, because I've been poor for quite a while. I haven't been able to just collect stuff. They're clearly gay for each other. I mean, that was also one of the jokes. They did seem kind of gay for each other, but like subtly. But Ben Affleck and Matt Damon have got a pretty cute relationship, just as like best friends from youth that basically became famous screenwriters and then famous actors and then famous directors in their own right. They've really like grown up with the industry. They're closeted. I mean, I think it's funny to think of them that way, but I don't actually think they are. I'll joke that they are. Like, it's a, you know, because it's easy to joke about, but I don't actually think they are. I mean, Ben Affleck has dated fucking Jennifer Lopez for how long? Dude, that's the straightest thing you can do. Be Jennifer Lopez's boyfriend? Far out. Just kill me now. You know what? We just talked a lot about Kevin Smith and the fact that he's just made a new movie. We should actually look at that. It's like a teenage coming of age film set, I think, during the era when he grew up, called the 4:30 Movie. We could probably find that. Hang on. A trailer came out recently, but I haven't seen it. It was like a week ago, maybe. Or two. It's going to pop up here somewhere. Here it is. 4:30 Movie, domestic trailer by writer-director Kevin Smith. Coming of age story set in the summer of 1986. I bet this is partly co-written by his daughter. They've been working a lot together, him and his daughter, on stuff. He tends to get a lot of feedback from his daughter on like his script stuff. Like on his last few movies, I think she took him to task about how he writes teenagers, because he still writes like how teenagers talked when he was a kid. And she has to like fix all his shit because he doesn't know how teenagers talk now. And she does. R-rated for sexual content. Cool. He doesn't have many movies that aren't R-rated, I've noticed. It's his language, the way he writes language. Very F-bomb heavy.
She is unlike any nun you've ever met, and she's got a secret.
How come the nuns were never
Nun hooker.
when we were in school?
Let's see what's under that wig.
Oh, hell no!
Say a prayer for Sister Sugar Walls.
Sister Sugar Walls?
We were definitely seeing that.
May 25th, 1986. Today
I don't recognize any of these kid actors. They must all be new.
I was too scared to ask out Melody Barnegat, the raddest woman I ever met. But this morning, I invited her to the movies, and she said, okay.
She's pretty.
Seriously? Hold on one second.
Yeah, it's Saban Films. The Power Ranger people.
I'll see you at the 4:30 movie, Melody Barnegat.
I'll see you at the 4:30 movie.
Well, holy shit, Billy Idol. When's the white wedding?
I've been thinking about asking Melody out all year.
That guy's ripped.
We made out in her pool last summer.
Ooh.
One time, with your shirt on.
And you wonder why you don't get laid? I don't get laid because I'm Catholic.
That was a Kevin Smith line.
We'll save seats. You
Probably
get
Clerks
snacks?
4. He has talked about making another
I'll
Clerks.
tell my dad.
I don't care what you tell your dad, little kid.
Dad, he showed me his privates.
He did what? You disgust me!
Hey, I recognize that actor. Not Ken Jeong. I know Ken Jeong.
So much drama. I thought.
This dude.
Little kid.
Dad, he showed me
The
his
dad.
privates.
He did what?
That's the dude from Clerks. One of the two main characters. The guy that runs a video store.
You disgust me! You Three Stooges are banned for life! Fuck my left nut! Not today!
So much drama.
There's a
I thought
Batmobile
this was
parked up
supposed to be
front.
a comedy.
There's always the same actors showing up in his movies though. Like Rosario Dawson is like in every film of his now.
Damn hell! What about me? Jesus Christ.
Also him.
Most people come to movies to escape their lives, but people like you come here because
Ever since
movies make
Mallrats.
life make sense.
You're the coolest girl I ever met, and all I want to do is watch movies with you.
She is very lovable.
So, Mom, what the hell are you doing sneaking into R-rated movies? You're in trouble, Missy.
I'm terrified by what's about to happen. What do you want to do?
Have sex and get pregnant.
Whoa.
Show her.
If that's what you need.
Remember Rocky 4?
Yeah.
When he just like punched him so hard.
Is that?
Remember that?
It's the climax.
He climaxed?
That was what's his name? Is his name in the credits? Why did the text have to come there we go. I hate it when they pop those up. I really don't like that part of YouTube sometimes. His name's not there. Who's this? What was his name again? He's in a lot of Kevin Smith stuff as well. Like he's the main character in Tusk. And he was recently in Barbarian. Justin Long. Not Ling. He's not a typo. Your typo turned him Asian. I almost didn't recognize him because the stoner thing he's doing right now with the shape of his mouth.
Remember that?
It's the climax.
Yeah, I've never seen him do that before. He's playing a new character. This doesn't feel like a Kevin Smith movie in a lot of ways. It feels like just a traditional 80s teen comedy, but I guess that's what he's going for. I do like it when he makes stuff that I don't initially feel like is a Kevin Smith movie, because sometimes everything feels a bit too Jay and Silent Bob. So when he makes something like Red State, it always takes my interest. You bet they put in some mouth prosthetic? Yeah, it's probably veneers. Now that I look closely at it, look at his front teeth. Those are some very square, very wide, and very flat teeth. I feel like maybe they put in like a front set of veneers so that his mouth would have to like have a certain shape, and that makes him talk like a stoner with a lisp. It's pretty clever. There's a certain bunch of actors that you know will always get a paycheck as long as Kevin Smith keeps making movies. I love that Rosario Dawson's part of that now, because she doesn't really need to be part of the Kevin Smith regular cast, because she's pretty big, but she just is, because they're such good friends with each other. I remember his podcast when she got cast as in Star Wars as Ahsoka, how stoked he was for her. Like how a best friend would be excited for another friend, like, you know, hitting it big. She was already big, but like as a Star Wars fan himself, like he was like going nuts for that. He was so excited. Ah, Pip is behind my monitor. Please don't push things over. Please? What are you doing? That's a light. Don't push that over either. Cats are naughty, man. She was badass in Sin City. Yeah, Sin City. I kind of wish Devon Aoki had better luck in movies, because Devon Aoki was sick in Sin City, but then she was also in a bunch of movies like Dead or Alive, where she like Dead or Alive is not the worst thing in the world, but it's super trashy, like in a very straight to DVD kind of way. And she was not good in it. Like her acting was one of the worst I found, which was painful because Kasumi's like my favorite character in Dead or Alive. That's the one I would always play as. And good lord, she was wooden in that film. She never broke from the model stereotype. Yeah, that's probably part of it. Like, the only other movie I can think of with Devon Aoki in it was... Don't go there. Shit. Hang on, sorry. Cat problem. Oh, you're about to do something disastrous back there. Aside from Sin City and Dead or Alive, the only other movie I can remember that had Devon Aoki in it was Too Fast, Too Furious. She was one of the racers. She had that, I think it was like a bright green or a bright orange car or something. But it was only the second Fast and Furious. And that's kind of like her career in a nutshell. Just random shit like that, where you just forget she was there. I don't remember... Oh, wait. No, I don't remember her in Sucker Punch. That's weird, because I do remember Sucker Punch pretty well, but I don't remember Devon Aoki. Too Fast, Too Furious is cool too. No, she was... It's an unfortunate role because it's a throwaway role. Like, it doesn't do anything for her career. But she wasn't bad in it. Like, she was cool in Too Fast, Too Furious because she was just a racer chick. And she fit the role well. I feel like her movies... Okay. These three are so interesting to me. Sin City, amazing movie, amazing performance by Devon. That's top tier. Mid tier, Too Fast, Too Furious. Basic movie, nothing special, does nothing for her career, but fit the role pretty decently. Very middle ground. Don't Climb the Light. Oh my god, Cat. What was the other one I mentioned? Dead or Alive. Trashy movie. Worst performance I've ever seen her give. Like, if I saw her in that movie and I was a casting agent, I wouldn't put her in a movie. So like, she's got movies that are like all over the map, from like terrible to mid to amazing, and she just kind of equals out in the middle. Like, her career just didn't do anything special. It didn't tank, but it didn't go anywhere either. It's just kind of like flatline. No, flatline sounds bad. That means death. Can you get out from behind the computer, please? What, you're doing so many things back there. I feel like I'm being trolled. She was in Deb. I didn't see Debs. I didn't see Debs, and I don't remember at all her being in Sucker Punch. If she was in there, it's left my brain. To be fair, like, I was kind of obsessed with Baby Doll's look. I hate the movie, but I do think that Baby Doll look is really hot. So I'd rather not watch the film, but I will watch the trailers again and again if I have to. Just to see Baby Doll look cute. That actress is interesting as well, that played Baby Doll. I forget her name, but she never did something that was that kind of sexy again. I've seen her in other movies, but she was always very dressed down and like not meant to be attractive looking in the other films I remember her from. And then all of a sudden, like fucking Sucker Punch, she looks like a porn actress. There's like no middle, it's just nothing, and then boom. Debs had a lesbian plotline? Oh, it was like an LGBT movie. What does Debs stand for? You wrote it like an acronym. DEBS. Don't Climb the Light, Cat? It's not a movie I've seen. I'm struggling to stop the cat from being naughty right now. It got up behind the the desk, and it's fucking around with everything. I just have to be careful it doesn't destroy everything while I'm sitting here. I think it wants attention, because it's like in front of me. It's like if I destroy the monitor, maybe he'll look at me and not the screen. Debs. Debs. Is Debs an LGBT movie? Parents need to know that Debs is a lesbian romantic comedy that spoofs the action spy genre. Ah, that sounds very straight to DVD. 2005, that makes sense. That sounds like an early 2000s movie if ever I've heard one. Teen romance features strongly as main characters flirt, date, kiss, and fall in love. But I guess all lady related. It sounds like Spy Kids, but like lesbian Spy Kids. Oh, I've seen screenshots from this movie. I don't remember I've never seen the film. I forgot it existed. But I've seen so many screenshots of Devon Aoki from this. Like people that share them hornily. Hornily? That's a word. Like on Twitter with each other. Because unfortunately, a lot of stills of this movie look like a porn film. To be fair. Which is unfortunate for the movie, I guess. Discipline, energy, beauty, strength. Oh, okay. Well, that's also kind of corny. Everything about this screams corn. You think Don't Climb the Light Cat would be a great movie title. It sounds like a Sinatra musical. Jordana Brewster is the villain? Really? Random? She's attractive. There she is. Not too attractive though. Oh, she was also in Fast and Furious. Now I remember. I was trying to place her in movies. She was in Fast and Furious. Was she the one dating Paul Walker's character? Alexa is talking in the kitchen, but I never actually spoke to her. Alexa, stop. Oh, Diesel's sister. Yeah, and Paul Walker dated her, and that was part of the friction in the first movie. That's right. It's coming back to me. I'm not the biggest fan. There's something about her face that freaks me out just a little bit. She's attractive. I like her as an actress, but if we're just talking absolutely shallow level, like looks-wise, bias, finding people attractive, there's something very hardline about her face. It's wide and square, and has very hard lines to the lips and the eyebrows. She'd make a good villain and stuff. I don't know why she hasn't been cast as more villains. This is a villainous headshot. It's kind of intense. I think it's the eyebrows. The eyebrows make me think danger. Michelle Rodriguez dies. How many times has Michelle Rodriguez died in Fast and Furious now? Is she tied with, what's the Asian guy's name that died in the third film? That was supposed to have been killed by Jason Statham and then just comes back eating like a packet of peanuts. It's so fucking weird. Fast and Furious doesn't give any shits anymore. Is that a running thing now? It's a running thing in Fast and Furious for characters in general, because there's now multiple characters that were supposed to have been dead that are not dead. The main ones are Michelle Rodriguez and the Asian guy from number 3. But there are others as well. There's a female actress that played a villain in one of the middle movies that died, that is apparently coming back in another film, or did come back in another film. I have a feeling that Idris Elba is probably going to come back as well, even though he's supposed to be dead. Because it's Idris Elba, and most villains seem to return and join the team after they've been defeated in their movie. That's a really strange thing about I almost called it Fantastic Beasts for some reason. Fast and the Furious, right? No one has probably ever made this connection, but Fast and the Furious kind of reminds me of Pokemon. Because every time they deal with a new entity that they have to do combat with, they catch it and it becomes part of the team. You know what I mean? Like, this is just like Pokemon for men with cars and chicks. What are your thoughts on the look of the animated Adam Eve? Do you mean the Adam Eve spin-off show from Invincible? Are we talking about that Adam Eve? What's your mind confused by with her character design? I remember her looking fine. Yeah, like she's cute and she's always got the pink. Oh, that's fan service drawing. She's adorbs. Kind of sharp on the eyebrows as well. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with eyebrows tonight, but I don't know, that just jumped out at me. I blame my ex for this. My ex is a makeup artist, and eyebrows are always like a big thing. They can't be too thick and caterpillary. They can't be too thin and pencil drawn on. There's very specific requirements for eyebrows, depending on the season, depending on the year. Like, eyebrow style changes in very specific ways, and I became very aware of that from dating a makeup artist, and I started to look at eyebrows quite closely. And now, like, it just clicks. Like, I just look at a character and then something, and the eyebrows just jump at me. I always think about it. It's kind of annoying. You combined Invincible and The Boys somehow? Oh, that's not a surprise. I mean, it's the two most violent superhero TV series that are on TV and are popular now, that are also both very good and well reviewed. There's a lot of similarities between the two shows. There's a rumor of an open world Boys game. People are like, whoa, we can play Homelander. I hope not. If there's a Boys game, I don't want to play Homelander. I want Homelander to be the villain. I want to play as the Boys and actually have to be clever and fearful of what actual heroes, supers can do to you if you aren't careful. Do a character creator so I can make my own heroine? I can see it being done one of two ways, both of which I'd be fine with. Either you play as the team of the Boys, where you get to choose which one you play as at any particular point in time with different abilities, in which case you just be using the main cast as selectable characters. Not you pick at the start and you're stuck all the way. I mean, like, throughout the story, there are scenes where you have to play as certain characters because it's a scene with just them in it, or scenes where there's multiple of them there, and you get to pick which one. Maybe even co-op ability where you can all be different members of the Boys, something like that. Or the version you said, Jeannie, where just like with Huey, you're a new member of the Boys that's been brought in by Butcher, and you get to create your character, and you get that newbie POV. And maybe it's actually, no, it can't be after the story where Huey's already established. Actually, this is problematic now that I think about it. Because where are you supposed to place the story where it makes sense to be able to create a new character? Because I know how The Boys ends. I've read the books. You can't set the story after The Boys ends. That's not going to work. Alien Isolation, but with soups. I like that idea. That's what I'm talking about. The thing that's unique about The Boys is that the soups are scary. It actually does make a good argument for how horrifying a human being with those abilities would really be. Like the things they could do to another human being. That should be tense. I feel like a game based on The Boys should put you in the position where you would be fearful of a soup, and you'd have to be very, very careful. Alien Isolation, I think, is a good comparison. Maybe not literally, like it's not just that game, that same mechanics, that same genre, but like that vibe. I like where you're going with that. Can you imagine a scene where you literally are in the middle of a night in an abandoned high-rise building, sneaking from cubicle to cubicle, trying to avoid Homelander, walking around in the dark with his eyes glowing red, ready to laser you if you stand up? It's so good. You reckon be a soup and turn on the company or join them? That's a way to go. I don't like that as much. I want to be a normal human character that has to deal with the dangerous soup problem, but has to be smart about it and careful, because you can get like obliterated in half a second with no hope of fighting back. I think that's more interesting to me as a gameplay concept. There's the problem, because the problem is there's too many video games where you just are the OP character. I don't want to play another superhero that can just fucking kick ass and take names. Then it's too much like every other action game, where you're just going around being fucking Superman and, you know, kicking balls. But if that's the way they go with it, then I like what you said with the whole the story choices thing about either going with Vought and being a good company man, or turning on the soups and joining the boys. I just think being a superhero is not a very imaginative take. I think it's too easy. I think that's what any lazy developer would do. That's what lazy developers back in the 2000s would do with all those movie tie-ins, where it's just like, yeah, just fucking random character, beat up a bunch of henchmen. End game boss credits. Game was 4 hours long. Button mashing extreme. That's just DBD. Is that meant to be Dead by Daylight? I'm guessing. I've never seen it acronymed. You're imagining more like Crackdown? I don't know. I feel like it's just the obvious thing. It's the lazy option, because that's exactly what a movie or television show tie-in would do in the past. I think we could be more creative than that. I want to be... That's the interesting thing about The Boys, is that the boys themselves are the show's POV. And the whole point of them is that they're regulars that hate soups and know what they're capable of and are going up against them. I want to see that realized in gameplay, as opposed to just superhero game number 356,528. Fetch quest, get milk for Homelander. Is that the one where when you side with Hoyt? Hoyt? Sorry, Vought. I forgot how to say their name. Side with the bad guys, become the guy who gets milk for Homelander. If you play a female created character like Jeannie's planning to make, you get to give Homelander your own milk, straight from the teat. That's an actual gameplay mechanic. You have like a little rhythm game where you spin the joystick to squeeze the boobie while he suckles. You ready for that, Jeannie? You ready for the superhero game where your custom created female superhero has to stand around and have her titty sucked by Homelander? This is the game you've just created. The thing is, this game that you're saying I'm describing is a PvP game, which is not what I want. I'm a lesbian? Yeah, I know, but this is the game you just made by accident. A lady superhero, Homelander, this is what's going to happen. You're going to be very disappointed. And yeah, no, I don't want to, I don't want a asymmetrical PvP game. I do not want that. I don't want Dragon Ball Z. I don't want Dead by Daylight. I don't want Evolve or Evil Dead. I want a story-driven cinematic game, like a Guardians of the Galaxy, like that kind of story-driven linear single-player game, but one where you're an underpowered leather jacket-wearing boy, the boys, that has to deal with like overpowered soups. And how do you do that? And how do we build gameplay around that? I like that. That intrigues me. Being just another superhero doesn't intrigue me as much. We could do both, maybe. Maybe make a cinematic linear single-player story game based on being one of the boys. With things like stealth and tactics and whatever. And then maybe have a multiplayer mode where you make a custom-created superhero, and the multiplayer mode is like a free-for-all superhero battle royale, where superheroes are just fighting each other around the city. There you go. Best of both worlds. Game could be set in Europe or Australia, where lesser soups go. Oh, do you mean like set it away from the main story so that you're not like having to adhere to what the TV show and the books do. Yeah. Because by the end of that series, almost everybody's dead, so you can't really do anything after the fact. Especially since, like, superheroes are pretty much not a thing anymore after that point, if they go with the book. Something like a Rocksteady game. They're making The Boys Mexico? Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting. God, they like making the spin-offs of The Boys now, like that V show and the cartoon. They're going hard. Yeah, I reckon I want a Rocksteady game. Have Rocksteady make a Boys game. In the open world city type of thing, like Arkham Knight. You know, with that kind of... Actually, there's a lot of games that I want to see done like that. I think I've said this before, but one of my favorite ideas for a game made by Rocksteady is Ninja Turtles. If you made a game just like Batman Arkham Knight, with the nighttime open world city, but it was Ninja Turtles with those graphics, and you were just Ninja Turtling from rooftop to rooftop with your brothers, with your boys. I think that'd be so cool. And you could drop into the sewers, and there's a whole other open world sewer kind of underneath. You can be Michelangelo and skateboard through the sewer pipes to the hideout. Something. Platinum Games already did it. Oh, I don't want a Platinum game, Turtles game. I want a Rocksteady Arkham Knight style Turtles game. I don't mind Platinum Games, but Platinum Games is straight out power fantasy action gaming. Just level by level, beat the shit out of things. They're good at that, and I like them for that, but it's not what I'm really going for. Platinum did Vanquish, didn't they? That was Platinum, yeah? I think we need more Vanquish. They should make Vanquish 2. Everyone's forgetting about that game, but that was a well-reviewed, well-liked game. Oh, we still got Kevin Smith's movie open. Whoops. Rambles. Last Ronin is being modeled off that style. See, that sounds amazing. The idea, no matter who makes it, the idea of just a Last Ronin game just sounds cool. I'd be keen to see how it ends up. Like, the first gameplay trailer is going to be very interesting. But hopefully it's as open-ended, as deep as I'd want it to be. I don't want some shallow button mashy action shit from Last Ronin. I think you could do more. You can do better than that. We'll see. What was the Sony trailer we watched just before? The one with Tom Hanks? There's some interesting related videos coming up from Sony since I watched that. I'm a little intrigued here. I know what one of these is, though. Have you heard of a movie called Heretic? Starring Hugh Grant? A friend of mine was telling me about this, but I never really got around to looking it up. It's some kind of thriller where Hugh Grant plays the bad guy, as opposed to the befuddled, wholesome main character that he usually does. Wait, no, he's played a bad guy before. Oh, I'm thinking of Paddington. Isn't Hugh Grant the bad guy in Paddington? I don't think that's the kind of bad guy I was trying to suggest. Here it is. I heard this is amazing. From writer-directors Scott Beck and Brian Woods. What the hell did they do? Oh, they're young. They co-wrote the film A Quiet Place. Oh, did they now? I didn't realize that. That's not bad. I thought, what's his name? The director, the actor. I thought he was behind all of it. Is that all they're... Okay, that's probably all they've done. And then they went and did this on their own. He was the bad guy. Oh, yeah. Dungeons and Dragons. That's right. I like the fact that Hugh Grant is leaning into more non-typecast characters lately. Because in the past, like when he was younger, there's no way you'd get a Hugh Grant bad guy because he was just too charming. Like he would always be the rom-com lead to like Julia Roberts or something.
Hi, good afternoon, ma'am. Are
Ooh,
you
good song.
interested in learning about our Savior, Jesus Christ?
Good song.
Hi.
This song always reminds me of Seeking a Friend at the End of the World with fucking dude from The Office. What's his name? God damn, the later it gets, the more I stream, the more I forget people's names every time. Keira Knightley and funny guy from American Office. You know who I'm talking about. Steve Carell. That was a good role for him. That was a pretty serious role for Steve Carell. I think before that movie, I wasn't used to seeing him in movies where he wasn't just being goofy. It was previewed before Deadpool. This movie that I'm watching now, or are you talking about Honor Among Thieves? Oh no, wait. D&D was so far before Deadpool. There's no way that would have. You were talking about this.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Sister Barnes, and oh my gosh.
God damn, this song is good.
Are you interested in learning more about the Church of Jesus Christ?
Come on in.
Murder
You
them.
can't come inside unless another woman is present.
My wife is home. Does that count?
Great.
You like pie?
Yeah.
I like
Your
pie.
wife pie in the
I
oven?
feel like I would fall for this if he was a serial killer. I'd be so charmed by Hugh Grant.
Person.
I think it is good to be religious, to find your faith in a doctrine you actually believe.
Well, our work here is done.
Now, I will go and check on the pie.
We haven't seen the wife, have we? Oh, the smell of the pie. Yeah. Why did he leave it out so obvious? I hope there's more to this movie than just, oh, he's just a serial killer that's trying to kill two girls. Like, I want this to get, like, I want this to get trippy.
We just need to go home.
I won't keep you if you wish to leave. But I want you to choose which door to go through based on your faith.
Okay, he's fucking with them for some reason.
Everything.
Look how much fun he's having. Hugh Grant really enjoyed this.
We're being studied.
He's just having a good time now.
It will make your hearts beat faster. It may even make you want to die.
He can't not be charming even when he's being a psycho.
You will witness a miracle.
There's definitely something going on here. Whatever he's up to, it's not just kill people. Oh, what a shot. That was a pretty good comp. That was a pretty good comp. Even with the perspective shifting and everything. His intent's not to murder, is to test their faith. Yeah, that's what it seems like's happening, but I think the intriguing part is like why? What's going on underneath the surface? Escape room looks expensive. I just like the way the escape room was comped with the model on the kitchen counter and was seamless. I would like see that kind of movie is interesting, but I'm not only like running out to see that kind of stuff, but Hugh Grant is like the defining feature there. Like I want to just watch him act in a movie like that. It's like Operation Fortune by Guy Ritchie. Like it's a super forgettable espionage spy heist movie with Jason Statham and Aubrey Plaza and a few others. But Hugh Grant plays like a Bond villain, like a goofy, kind of lighthearted Bond villain kind of character in that movie, and he's the best thing in it. Like years from now, the only thing I remember about Operation Fortune is Hugh Grant. And like there's some stuff he does at the end which is amazing. It doesn't go the direction you expect. In fact, he kind of like ends up helping them in a way. The main characters with something bigger, but he does so in like a kind of a super villainy way, and it's actually really awesome. If they die in the process, oh well. Yeah, I'm fascinated to find out what's going on with behind that character, like what the lore of this movie is going to be. You definitely go for here. Oh, the Tom Hanks one. Yeah, that one's intriguing just from like a high concept kind of point of view. I want to see how they pull it off. Because that's the kind of high concept that really lives or dies on the execution. And no, he wasn't... Licensed Streamer wasn't talking about Heretic. He's talking about the Tom Hanks one from before. The one called Here. I want to kiss whoever thought we should start using Hugh Grant in more edgy roles. Yes. Top comment. I agree. Thumbs up. 10K. This era of villainous roles for Hugh Grant is really fun. Agreed. Everyone's saying the same shit. We're all on the same page. He's just so good. What an actor. What a consummate professional. We could have been having this for years, but no, we had to get stuck in the Julia Roberts movies. Only. Poor Huey. Now he can branch out and do some funky shit. Because he's got actors that want to experiment with him. Which is so neat. What else has Sony got? Nothing? Nothing? What is this? Have you heard of a movie called Saturday Night? It came out a week ago, the trailer. It's another Sony Pictures. The description says they have 90 minutes to get their shit together. That's the entire film synopsis. Jason Reitman. Oh, he's a good director. Okay, wait. They got me. They got me. I've been fished. I've been baited. 1975. It's a 70s film. A ferocious troupe of young comedians and writers changed television and culture forever. Saturday Night is based on the true story of what happened behind the scenes in the 90 minutes leading up to the first broadcast of Saturday Night Live. Oh my god, cool. That's interesting. So it's like a edgy biopic about the 90 minutes leading up to the creation of the first episode of Saturday Night Live and all the stuff that went down. I didn't know there was so much drama behind SNL's creation. But that's kind of fascinating. Wait, what's this? You can't get over the Chevy Chase casting. Oh yeah, there's going to be actors playing older comedians in this. Oh, ooh, ooh.
Hey, free comedy show, plenty of seats, plenty of tickets left, guys. Free show. Fuck's sake.
Hey, it's Stranger Things dude, lanky one.
So, big night.
How 70s is this? It's even been color graded to look more brown.
Michaels, I'm the producer of Saturday Night.
The whole night?
Yeah, the whole night.
Chevy Chase, Gilda Radner.
Is that kid meant to be Chevy?
How the fuck do you pronounce this?
Aykroyd.
Dan Aykroyd?
You know, I was thinking.
I just realized that I'm not familiar with which comedians and actors were the original SNL casts back at the very beginning. Chevy Chase and Dan Aykroyd is a good start, though.
Why don't we punt? We should run the dress rehearsal and claw back a win next Saturday.
We can't, Dick. It's a live show.
We're just not ready.
Doesn't matter that we're ready. It matters that it's 11:30. That's when we go on.
Lauren, all I'm trying to do is give you advice.
Jesus, this is actually kind of stressful.
It's in everyone's best interest, mainly yours.
Sorry, was that a threat?
Look around, Lorne. You haven't locked the script. Your crew.
Oh, that's meant to be Lorne?
Open rebellion.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
Interesting.
Fuck you.
The writers on the 17th floor tied a belt around Big Bird's neck and hung him from my dressing room door.
Comedians in the 70s were kind of a raunchy, rowdy bunch. It's probably really difficult to pull together a live show without everything going wrong.
Lucky to have something as relevant as this show.
One they don't even want.
That's logical, Dick. That's why they're paying us all to be here.
I mean, we're 90 minutes of live television by a group of 20-year-olds who have never made anything. Do you ever stop and wonder why they said yes? A counterculture show starring total unknowns with zero narrative and even less structure.
That is a good point.
They want you to fail.
When you describe it like that, it does make it curious that anyone would greenlight something like this. Back in the days before things like this were even a thing.
Jesus Christ.
Chevy.
Tripped over my penis.
Oh, that was definitely the guy playing Chevy. He looked like old Chevy Chase. You can't believe you thought Tulsi Gabbard was hot. What's she gone and done? Former United States representative. Oh, is this the chick that's that's currently coaching Trump in terms of debate prep before going up against Kamala? Looks like the one that I saw in the article I was reading. This was before copyright was taken seriously as well. Oh, like 70s SNL era. Yeah, where it was more of a Wild West of what you can get away with on TV. She was in the DNC 2020 debates. The funny thing is when they announced that she'd be coaching Trump as a debate person, the very next thing that happened was people started posting clips of her basically getting completely trounced in debates by other people over the last couple of years. Like all the evidence of her like getting basically embarrassed on stage. She left the left. I always find it really odd when lefties go right or when righties go left. Okay, well, maybe not. When righties go left, it's more like someone just came to their senses. But the other way around is always weird to me. I could see how people would find her attractive, though. In a super serious step-on-me mommy auntie way. Like, you know, whatever. Essen, how did I never hear about this movie? I love this concept, and I love the way they've accomplished it. That behind the scenes all takes place in the studio, kind of 70s vibe. And everything going to shit. The chaos of it all. I think this could be a really fascinating movie. I just think it's going to be stressful. I reckon because it's 90 minutes, it's the 90 live minutes before the thing happens. I feel like every second of that's going to be like pure stress. It's going to be all anxiety. Especially for anyone who's ever had to be on stage and do stuff to an audience. She wasn't really a lefty. Oh, like so many politicians that'll just go with whichever side they can make the most money from. There's a lot of righties that seem to only be where they are because they realized what kind of grift they could pull by being a righty. And it's really all about that. Like if they weren't making the money and getting the opportunities for power that they were, they probably wouldn't be a righty at all. Some people just don't give a shit. It's about what they can get away with. How many zeros? Etc. What's Greedy People? Is that also Sony? No, that's Lionsgate. People here tend to get more conservative and xenophobic with age. I feel like that's most places. I feel like the older you get, the more you get like those things just in general, no matter what culture it is. People in America are like that. The boomers are always the most bigoted. Even if they weren't that hardcore racist when they were younger. All of a sudden, out of nowhere. Saturday night. I wonder if that's true that the only reason they greenlit the concept of Saturday Night Live, of SNL, was because someone was hoping that Lorne would fail. He was set up to basically fuck up because no one understood the concept. So they're like, well, this is not going to work because there's never been anything like it. So let's just let him fail because we hate that guy. And then he accidentally pulled it off somehow. And now SNL is like one of the biggest televised things in America for the longest time. Up there with like The Simpsons. Neat. It's going to be fun playing Spot the Celebrity. Like which actors are playing which famous comedians and stars. Chevy Chase is kind of obvious, but I want to see what Dan Aykroyd looks like. Okay, I don't know what this Greedy People is, but it looks like it stars Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Yeah, it does. And Lily James. Lionsgate movies. Okay, I'll buy it. I don't know what you are, but I'll buy it. Watch the trailer now. Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Lily James. Dark comedy crime thriller. About a rookie cop and his rogue partner upending their small island town when they discover $1 million at a crime scene. Of their own making. Okay. Dirty small town cops. Sounds like fun.
You got
Officer Shelley.
Will,
Also, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, always fun.
Play nice.
I really just got one piece of advice. Don't kill anybody unless you really have to, because that shit is messy.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt can do serious and can do comedy both equally well.
Police, come out with your hands up!
Holy shit.
Sorry, man, you gotta stay calm, okay?
I'll show you calm you.
That lady looks familiar. Oh.
It was my #1 piece of advice. Don't kill anybody unless you have
Oh,
to.
she choked him out while she was on his back, and he fell and she hit her head. Also money.
Get out of this. We make it look like a murder. We clean our tracks. We take the money and pin it on someone else.
Have you done this before?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I think I might do the same.
Sir, you notice anything that was
She's
missing?
dead anyway, and there's $1 million.
No, not one.
Just don't pin it on anyone specific. Don't fuck anyone over in the
I don't
process.
have the money. I came to your house to kill your wife, but your wife was already killed. Somebody else killed her? Well, that's just awful.
What services did you provide for Mrs. Chetlow?
Mostly massage.
Tell them about the dancing.
The what?
What kind of dancing?
Oh,
Or sometimes, you know.
stripper dancing.
What kind of son did I raise?
Shut up, Ma.
Anybody? Hey, babe, don't let on that you know anything.
I just want to see if we can trust him.
I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
Tomorrow night, we go get the money and take off.
Listen, Paige, just be careful.
Lily James is very pretty.
Maybe it's not possible.
Especially in Baby
to live
Driver.
a good life.
But you can know that you're not.
Wasn't she Cinderella?
Which is better than.
She was the live action
believing you
Cinderella,
are.
I think.
People are dead. There's too much loss for it to just be a coincidence.
This is one of those
We're good people.
one simple
And
crime
good
or
things
lie
happen to
turns
good
into a
people.
massive clusterfuck. That's a whole genre of film, I reckon. There's so many movies like that. Many memes are derived from SNL. More cowbell. Confused me for so long until you saw the clip. I mean, I always thought More Cowbell was just a straight up joke about cowbell being awesome until I saw the clip and was like, oh, it's from somewhere specific. I wasn't confused by it. I just thought it was its own joke. And that was a Will Ferrell skit too. That was all from him. Ah, I never heard of that before. How long was this out? July 31st. Okay. That's a fairly fresh trailer. I feel like ever since stuff like Fargo, movies that are like darkly comedic about a bunch of characters constantly fucking up after trying to clean up a crime scene and hide something or tell a lie just gets worse and worse. Like a domino effect. Yeah, Christopher Walken was in it too. I remember him. He was the record producer that kept coming in. Christopher Walken should be on SNL more. He's such a character. Like his actual personality is such a character that he should just play more characters. It just fits him like a glove. I always go back to the Weapon of Choice music video and watch him dance to Fatboy Slim. Such a classic. Oh, was Heretic an A24 film? Hang on. I think that was an A24 film. That's kind of important. It was. That was A24. Nice. I gotta catch up on my A24, man. They're always knocking out bangers. A24 is like to movies what Annapurna Interactive is to video games to me. Like the perfect indie film producer that just keeps hitting it out of the park. I love Annapurna. Actually, they're a film producer as well. They have a game and a film division. They do both, technically. What else does A24 got going on? Anything groovy? They do have that Florence Pugh movie with Andrew Garfield. We Live in a Time. That's A24. The one that's viral because of the stupid looking carousel horse in the poster. I posted a whole thread of that in the Discord of all the carousel horse memes I could find on Twitter. There's a lot. There's even more than what I posted. I've been seeing more recently. You know what's funny? I've posted so much about that carousel horse meme. It's kind of funny that I've never even seen the trailer or even the movie synopsis. I don't know what the movie's about. I just know the carousel horse is hilarious. Director John Crowley. It doesn't say what the movie's about. What the fuck? Generic rom-com with Florence Pugh and Andrew Garfield? Is that why there's no synopsis? Because there's nothing else to say about it? Just
There is something.
two hot people that we like fall in love?
There is something that your daddy and I.
There's something that Mummy and me want to.
We want to talk to you about.
Okay, wait, hang on. Florence Pugh using her actual real accent in a movie? I feel like that's noteworthy. Because everything I've seen of Florence Pugh recently has been American accent faked.
Serious though.
I get Garfield as well.
What's happened to my underwear?
Oh, I literally have no idea.
So sorry, but do we know each other?
Yeah, no.
Oh shit.
I ran you over. Sorry.
That's a pretty interesting meet cute. It's kind of brutal, but I like it.
We're gonna make sure you have the time of your life.
Hi.
Hi.
This is adorable. They actually have chemistry.
Who says? Unless you have shit to do, then.
I have nothing.
He's British? Yeah. Shocking amount of Hollywood actors are actually British, but you just never hear their accent.
Because I'm worried.
Because they always have to do American for
There's
movies.
a very distinct and real possibility.
Wow, she's adorable in this movie. I love her look. Oh shit.
It's okay, honestly. It's okay not to be okay.
Oh, is this a cancer
It's a
thing?
lot.
Well, we already know they have a kid. We've seen that part. Ooh, naughty scene. Carousel horse, where is he? Did we see him in the trailer? They probably would have taken him out once they saw how people laughed at the poster.
I'm not interested in a treatment that accidentally wastes our time.
Why are you taking the risk?
I can't bear the thought of being forgotten.
So she's a chef, and he's a question mark.
I'm guilty of looking ahead.
A car accident
instead
victim.
of right in front of me. At you.
Is it? I'm fine to walk, honestly. This is ridiculous.
Porsche, Jesus Christ.
Sorry, okay.
You know what I like about this? You know what I like about this movie? It feels like an old school star vehicle movie. Like, the entire movie, the entire point of the movie, the entire draw is the movie star quality, the star power. People are here to see Florence Pugh's charm and charisma, basically like making sweet love to Andrew Garfield's charm and charisma. And so we all sit in the theaterette, charmed and charisma to death, drowning in our popcorn. That used to be more of a thing in Hollywood, like rom-com-y type films, or at least comedy dramas of some kind that were just all about the two stars. That was the reason we saw it. We didn't care what it was about. It was just about the chemistry of these two movie stars that we love separately, and now we want to love together. That was like a whole archetype of film that we don't see as much anymore. I don't know why. Maybe the money was going down because people were losing interest in the form. And this is like an old school shout out back to that stuff. Like 12 minutes. Are you talking about the video game? The top-down single room one with the two voice actors. 3, sorry. The serial killer was a big name actor as well. It was Professor X and Daisy Ridley, and who was the killer again? Was it Green Goblin? Sorry, I'm not saying the real names. I used to watch old Nick Cage movies to see what he signed up for. That's still a reason to watch Nick Cage movies. Because nowadays, you either get something so crazy and bad, it's hilarious and fun, or you actually get like legit real acting from Nick Cage, and it surprises the shit out of you, like Pig. Yes, McAvoy. Oh, and it was Defoe. Okay. I thought maybe I was misremembering the Defoe one, but I knew it was McAvoy and Ridley. I just forgot how to say McAvoy. Professor X will do just fine. Thank God he got such an awesome role, because I was sick of knowing him from fucking Wanted. I feel like Wanted's too trashy a movie to know a person from. I still would like to see someone remake Wanted and actually make it like the comic, in which case it's going to be a very, very different movie. Shockingly different movie. I don't even know why they called the one with McAvoy and Angelina Jolie Wanted. That is not the graphic novel, even in the slightest. There's no bullet curving, in fact. And Wanted is actually about not a League of Assassins, but it's actually about supervillains. It's more of about an organization that's like a Justice League of supervillains. It's a very, very different movie. It also appears the graphic novel is clearly meant to star Eminem and Halle Berry. If you read the graphic novel, the artist was clearly inspired by Eminem and Halle Berry for the two main leads, because they are drawn exactly like those two people. Like, detail for detail. It's kind of unnerving. To the point where, like, you should just cast those two if you actually make a comic-accurate version of that movie. That was so cute. I don't know if we could really afford to make too many movies like this, because at a certain point it gets ridiculous, but... Alright, any more A24 before I clock off for the night? I want to make sure I'm up to date on my A24. They've always got interesting stuff. I can see one that might be interesting. Hello, A24. A Different Man. Sebastian Stan. That's why I grabbed it. The thumbnail had Sebastian Stan in it. I don't know who the director Aaron Schimberg is, but I'm here for some Sebastian, for some Winter Soldier. Doesn't say what the movie's about either, anywhere in the... Okay. Sure. Just dish it out.
Hey, man. I know you. What's your name?
Edward.
Do you work for Facebook?
No,
Holy shit.
I get this a lot.
Oh, hey, neighbor.
Holy
People can be cruel,
Jesus.
All unhappiness in life comes from not accepting what is.
Is that Sebastian Stan underneath that makeup?
Lady Gaga.
This drug seems to have the potential to actually heal you. The implications are life-changing.
The face is falling off in clumps.
I'm sure it only looks like clumps to you.
Perhaps any potential risk
Whoa.
is worth the reward.
Oh, okay.
Can I believe
Interesting.
my eyes? Edward, who don't remember me? Oswald.
Hi.
What the fuck?
That guy's amazing. What do you know about him? Who is he? He's leading a double life.
I'm getting this feeling of messed
I think I get the concept of this now.
You know how we idealize people when we're in love?
So I'm the idolized version of Oswald?
It's kind of brilliant seeing you who looks like you, but you're not yourself.
Let's just all start being honest with ourselves, old friend.
Imagine going from looking like that to looking like Sebastian Stan. What a jump. No, this is conceptually, this is kind of clever. The idea that you've spent your whole life looking a certain way, which is hideous, but it is a thing. People know you for that. And then it's finally cured, and you're someone totally different and actually super sexy. But then someone else comes along that looks like you used to look, and then the confusion about you not feeling like you, but someone else who's stealing all the attention in the way people used to pay attention to you for being different. So it becomes like this identity play, in a way, where he's not comfortable in his own skin, as with the fixed sexy face, because it's not what he's used to, but then someone else is getting more attention than him and is being more seen in a way that he used to be, and it's confusing him. That's very human. There's a very relatable amount of confusion there when it comes to identity politics and stuff. This looks like some Death to Smoochie shit. That was an interesting... I've seen Death to Smoochie. That was an odd connection. I mean, I think I see what you mean just in terms of that kind of high concept indie film that's like doing a very specific thing with its theme or its concept. The kind of thing that A24 would make. You know, A24 didn't make Death to Smoochie, but I could see it under their banner anyway. That ugly face makeup is really fucked up. It's really some Elephant Man stuff. I was doing big. This is the performance we want from Sebastian Stan. I think people that are used to finding him like sexy and cool from Marvel are down for seeing him doing some real acting. Some mad dramas. He can act. There was something he made after... He'd made it recently, after the Marvel stuff, but before this, where he was like... He's like some kind of serial killer who dates chicks off like Tinder or whatever and then turns psycho. Takes them to his like penthouse in the mountains or something. I can't remember. Who is he? Sebastian Stan. Oh, Winter Soldier. Bucky. That's what I mean, though. There's a lot of people that don't pay as much attention to like Hollywood and films that they don't know Sebastian Stan outside of Winter Soldier. Like, he just is Bucky, and they don't know about from anything else. But he is in like plenty of other things. It's not an actor that stands out a lot in films. So I think people are kind of leaning more into being excited about seeing him in other random films, because now they see him as that Bucky actor. But now he's doing something legit, like actual serious acting, and that's drawing people. Because he's known for action. The Winter Soldier action, and that's it. Yeah, there was a serial killer one done recently. I remember seeing the trailer for it. I didn't watch it, but he was some lady killer or whatever. And that was interesting too. He's starting to branch out and do other weird stuff. Kind of like that Hugh Grant thing we watched before. I'm excited for everybody right now. A lot of actors I like are doing interesting things that I'm excited about. I should probably take off for the night, though. I was going to do about 4 hours, and I ended up doing 5. It's almost 3 a.m. How about one more? I mentioned this earlier, like 2 hours ago, and I totally forgot about it. Like, before we watched the Netflix Terminator stuff. Transformers. We watched the teaser, and I was torn. I wasn't sure if I liked it or not. But now there's an official trailer out, a full trailer. And I want to give this another shot, because I was more negative about the teaser than I wanted to be as a Transformers fan. So I'd like to be able to turn that around if possible. Built like brothers, forged into enemies. Holy shit. You know what I just realized? Transformers 1, the animated show, it's Mufasa. You know the Lion King sequel that was just unveiled? The trailer came out just recently at D23. It's the same story. It's Megatron and Optimus starting out as brothers, and then something drives a wedge between them and they become enemies. It's the same fucking story as Lion King 2, with Scar and Mufasa starting out as brothers, and then turning on each other and becoming enemies for the next film. That's a weird connection. Anyway. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let me see that again. Dope.
For thousands of years, we have been at war.
Oh my god, it's every time I see footage like that, it makes me think of those War for Cybertron games, which was so good. I played them in co-op with my cousin. They're a good time.
We were enemies.
Oh, so we are going to reach the point
like brothers
in this show where they actually turn into enemies?
Let's punch in.
I thought it was just going to have to be set up.
What did you say?
It's not like he can transform.
Hey, Darkwing. Don't. My finger can transform.
Darkwing?
Guess which one? Allow me.
Hey, do you reckon in the actual show they're actually going to show him flipping the bird? Or do you think it's going to have it cut off screen? You know, because kids. You love how people are calling out spoilers for the Mufasa movies? They're calling out spoilers on a prequel where we know exactly how it's going to end? That's weird. That's really weird.
My back, no matter what.
What is that?
This actually looks better. Like, I feel like the CG got better since the teaser.
SOS message from the surface.
Fantastic.
It's time to show them we are more than meets the eye.
Hey, they said the thing.
A cave with teeth. Nothing scary about that.
Cave butthole.
Holy Primus.
Primus is a band. They're not bad, actually.
You take these and access your full potential.
He can transform.
Has this always... Okay, wait. Has this always been a thing in Transformers lore? That, like, Transformers had to earn their transformation forms through some kind of weird tech magic that, like, a shaman has to give you in a cave? Because I don't recall that ever being a thing. I'm not the biggest... I don't have a PhD in fucking Transformers lore or anything, but I did watch all the cartoons. And I have seen all the shitty live-action films.
How do we use these things?
Come on!
My hand.
That would be mortifying to transform for the first time. That would be really disorienting.
We roll out.
What?
Roll out.
Transform and roll out.
I want to help build a better
It's not
world.
quite the same.
Like you said, we can
Not quite the same without Cullen.
Maybe it's just me, but he's different.
Yeah, no, I picked up on that.
I think they're talking about Bumblebee in that scene. He's a bit of a goofball.
My best friend.
Yeah, it's RC. She's one of the main cast of this. It's like... It's Megatron, Optimus, Bumblebee, and RC are like the four main cast.
Could have built the future together.
I don't think so.
Oh, damn. See, I didn't think we would get there so quickly. Like, they're actually showing footage in the trailer of them turning on each other. I thought we'd build up on it more. Fuck yeah, RC. She's gonna be a scene stealer in the action scenes, I bet you.
To stand up together as one.
She had some really cool action moments in the teaser as well.
Look, that's Starscream, and you're Shockwave and Soundwave. Enough. Gosh, raise your hand if Wave is in your name. There's a lot of waves.
Cool. Did you pick up on who the voice actress of RC is during the trailer at all? Take a guess. It's, you know, once you know, you hear it, even if you don't hear it initially. Her voice is pretty iconic. Oh, you saw Johansson's name? Yeah, it's Scarlett. Oh, that's right. The names came up just before. Hang on, let me go back a bit. There. Yeah, there's Scarlett. Chris Hemsworth, I think, is Optimus. There are lines of dialogue in the trailer where he kind of sounds like John Cena for some reason. Well, it's actually Hemsworth. I'm not sure which one's playing Bumblebee. It's probably Keegan-Michael Key. That's one thing okay, this is a much better trailer than the teaser. The teaser I was concerned about. Like, I didn't really like it. I like the concept, but the teaser didn't sell me. It seemed too stupid. Like really childish humor. And I think a lot of that's going to come from Keegan-Michael Key's performance as Bumblebee. If it is him. Because Bumblebee's character is the one thing that still annoys me. As much as I like that trailer much better, I still think Bumblebee kind of plays too much of an idiot. Like, his character's way too idiotic for comedy relief's sake, that it's kind of forced, and I don't like that. John Hamm is Megatron? I think so. I don't think Megatron would be Steve Buscemi. Brian Tyree Henry might be him. Hang on. Let's actually make sure we know. Let's go IMDb it. I just want to be sure, because I could see Brian Tyree Henry being Megatron as well. Now he's D16. Leader 1. Oh, it's showing their pre-names. No, John Hamm is Sentinel Prime. Dope. Steve Buscemi is Starscream. What the fuck? Okay. I love Starscream. I've always been a fan of Starscream since I was a kid. He has a very particular voice and personality. He's a bit of a worm. A bit of a backstabber. I would never have pictured Steve Buscemi as a Starscream. That's interesting. Alpha Trion as Lawrence Fishburne. You're not surprised? I don't hear his voice the same way Starscream normally sounds, but I'd have to see the performance. I'd have to watch the show. John Bailey is Soundwave. Evan Michael Lee is Jazz. Ginny Chung is Chromia. Isaac C. Singleton is Darkwing. Yeah, we saw him in the trailer too. Jason Conopisos Alvarez is Shockwave. Vanessa Liguori is Arachnid. Cool name. I think Brian Tyree Henry is Megatron, because they've got their original before they become proper Transformer names. So I know Orion Pax is Optimus, Chris Hemsworth. D16 must be Megatron's name before he gets to pick his own name. RC is a Leader 1, and Bumblebee is B127. That's why they call him Bumblebee, because of the B in his name. The B127. Brian Tyree Henry is another person that I wouldn't have initially picked or guessed as a potential actor for Megatron, but he sounds good in the trailer. Like, doesn't jump out at me as being weird or anything. He was Jefferson Davies in Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. He was great in Bullet Train. His character is really funny in Bullet Train. Lemon. What was the other guy? What was Craven's name in Bullet Train? I think it was Tangerine. And they're like two best friend assassins named Tangerine and Lemon or something. It's really funny. Oh yeah, Godzilla X Kong. He's the conspiracy theorist guy with the radio show. He's got a lot of good stuff in his resume lately. He was Eternals. He was Phastos. That's right. He was the gay Eternal that does the tech invention power that bestows technology onto the mankind. Fuck, he does have a great resume. I've never actually looked at it, like, listed out like that. What's he got coming up? Atlantis, post-production. Beyond the Spider-Verse. Fire Inside, Sinking Spring. What's Atlantis? The musical inspired by Pharrell Williams' childhood in Virginia Beach. Oh, cool. Pharrell Williams is getting a biopic called Atlantis. I had no idea. Wonder if he's involved in the screenwriting of this. Doesn't say he's on the writing team. Why has he got orange hair? That looks so weird. I don't like it. Well, good. I was hoping that this proper full trailer would change my mind about this, and I do think that looks a lot better. I think the teaser was just a bit too heavy on the childish, idiotic humor and the Bumblebee stuff. This was actually quite good. I missed the action shot from RC in the teaser though, when she does like a breakdance windmill kick and like knocks the gun out of this dude's hand and then catches it and shoots him in the head. RC is going to be the best character in this. I'm calling it now. Whoa, I should watch that. Which one? Was it Bullet Train? I mentioned a couple of things before I read that. His age is catching up to him. Brian Tyree Henry. Oh, we're talking about Craven actor. Oh, Pharrell. Yeah, I'd be interested. Like, I want to know what's so interesting about Pharrell Williams' childhood that requires a movie. Because that's all it said. It's just a movie about his childhood. So it must be interesting enough to warrant a film. Not the kind of musician that I would have been running out to call for a movie about, but I'm interested. Hey, Pip. I don't know where you came. Off he goes. Kittens. Kittens, kittens, kittens. You love him and his band? Yeah, he's good. I was just surprised. I wasn't expecting a biopic, especially since I just clicked on a movie at random and just found out about it through IMDb. I wonder why it's called Atlanta. Oh, maybe it's a beach in Atlanta. Maybe that's where he grew up. That makes sense, actually. Okay. Well, let's call it there. I think that's enough for one night. Oh, I found out what the next batch of Game Pass leaving stuff for the next 2 weeks is. There's only one thing that I'm interested in. There's like 4 things leaving, but I don't care about the others except for one. There's... what was it called? Atomic Heart. Atomic Heart is leaving in 2 weeks' time at the end of August. I've got until 31st of August to get through it, which perfectly doable. It's not a short shooter, but it's not a long one either. Medium, in the middle. 20-something hours. I'll polish it off in 4 streams, maybe, before the end of August. I'll probably need to stick another game in there towards the end. Maybe a 1 or 2 streamer. Because I don't think that Atomic Heart by itself is going to last throughout that whole thing. You found a movie called Piece by Piece, which is Pharrell's story in Lego? Oh, I did hear about that. I came across it like randomly, and I was like, oh, that's weird. And then I kept scrolling, and I just totally forgot about it. So is that a official production, the Piece by Piece one, or is that something like unlicensed? Like made by a filmmaker fan or something? Because that now also begs the question why Pharrell Williams suddenly has multiple biopics coming out, including the Lego one. He plays himself. Oh yeah, that probably is a good indicator that it's an officially licensed thing, you're right. Don't know why I didn't think of that right off the bat. Like, if it was unlicensed and not official, I don't think they would get Pharrell to do his own voice. Look at Pippi. You want attention, yeah. Your nose is very wet. Oh, you're sitting on the... Okay, I don't need this anymore because I'm done watching, so I'm going to move the headphones. It's the apartment community Pharrell grew up in. Atlantis. Oh yeah, Atlantis. For some reason, my memory changed it to Atlanta. That's... Sorry, slight mistake there. That does make more sense. Yeah, isn't it weird that there's 2 movies about him? Specifically about elements of his life? Like, why is this happening? Has he had a midlife crisis and now he's getting, like, introspective about his past? Maybe. It happens. The midlife crisis is around about the time when celebrities will suddenly, like, release some kind of memoir or autobiography in book form. Sometimes ghost-written. What is it, Pip? What do you hear? Timmy trapped in the well? Do you hear a ghost? Is that a ghost? It's your brother, man. It's Remy. He's big naughty. Okay, whatever. Let me move Pip. All right. So yeah, that's what's happening the next few streams. It's pretty much going to be focused on Atomic Heart. Because I won't have to worry about what else to play after that for probably another week and a half. Because I've got next week to start playing Atomic Heart and get as much through it as possible. And then by Sunday, I'll be leaving for 4 days for work. And then when I get back, I'll have 3 days left of August to finish it off if I hadn't finished it before I leave. And if I do finish it before I leave, then those final 3 days, I'll just have to find another game to play. Which will either be a 1 or a 2 streamer, something short. If it's 3 days, probably a 2 streamer. Something that's around 10 to 12 hours. Atlanta was T.I., it's a musical? Oh, neat. I love musicals. Musicals are my favorite. Let me switch this screen. The cats are getting very active because it's 3 a.m. They're having their 3 a.m. zoomies. Oh, you weren't saying that Atlanta with T.I. is a musical. You were saying that Atlantis is gonna be a musical. The Pharrell one. Well, that's even better. Like I said, I'm always game for musical. I have I have 2 different treatments, actually, that I've written up for musical short films that I'm not sure if I ever intended to actually make, because as a fan of musicals, I'm a little bit scared of making them. Because I like musicals, so I don't want to make a bad one. It worries me. It makes me anxious. But I did plan out 2 entirely complete, start to end, like fully planned out musicals that I could have made as shorts. One of them's one of them's kind of gothic, a gothic musical. The movie was ATL. Atlanta's a TV show. Oh, okay. You just got them confused. Is ATL like the acronym signifier for that state, for Atlanta? Bloop. I'm going to have to decide whether I'm going to try and find a way to hit the DLC. ATL is the airport code for Atlanta Airport. Oh, there you go. I thought it was going to be something like that. Stargate Atlantis was okay. I never got that far. I watched the movie and I watched the TV series up to a point, but I never really got to know Atlantis very well. I've always wanted a Stargate video game, like a proper one. Imagine a science fiction kind of open worldy action game where you get to find out about location coordinates, put them in the Stargate, and go to different locations, and then travel back and forth. Like the military base is your hub where you get to do stuff and tech up and do story things. And then as you learn more codes, you can fast travel through the portal to like different other planets, which are like little open world planet areas where you get to wander around and do missions. It sounds like a no-brainer, doesn't it? It sounds like a pretty typical video game, open world video game. Also used as a call out for the area of the city. Stargate Continuum is rather good. I don't even know that one. I don't even know there was a Stargate Continuum. Someone says they're from the ATL. They're from either the city or the surrounding area. Also like the greater state and surroundings. What are the cats doing? They're diving in and out of the blankets. It's the capital? Okay. Yeah, in regards to the upcoming streams, I'm going to have to think about the DLC situation, because Atomic Heart has like a bunch of story DLCs that are very interesting. and I would be keen to try them out, but I'm not sure what that would set me back if I wanted to do that. Like, it probably cost a pretty penny to get, like, all the DLCs individually, or even as, like, a season pass kind of pack. So, I don't know, that might be unfeasible. Not sure. I might have to just do the base game. I'll think about it. I'll read up about it a bit and figure something out of what I'm going to do. Because I'll need an extra 1 or 2 streams if I do the DLC as well, probably, depending on how long they are. Whatever. I'll figure it. Plans for another day. I'm going to go have some chocolate at 3 a.m. Why not? Some sugar. All right. It's good to see you guys. Good to chat. I'll catch you later, Jeannie. Also, unlicensed streamer. Good to see you. And whoever else is still lurking in the bushes. Goodbye to you too. I'm going to go do the schedule now, so I'm not sure if the next stream is Monday or Tuesday. What is today? Today was Sunday. No, it'll probably be Tuesday. Anyway. Time to complete all 9 Annihilation Instinct achievements for Atomic Heart is 3 to 4 hours. That's one of the DLCs, yeah? But a 4-hour DLC? How many are there again? There's like 3 or 4 DLCs. And if each one is about 4 hours, then that's 2 streams. 2 DLCs in one stream, 2 DLCs in the next stream. It's a 3 to 4 each. I could probably pull that off. The other 3 may be small. One of them is like some fever trip into like a Candyland version of the map. Where there's gummy bears and clouds and weird shit. It's really surreal. It's almost like an Alice in Wonderland kind of DLC. I'll look into it. I'll figure something out. I don't know if I'll do it or not, but if I do, I can fit it in. I'm just not going to spend like the same money that a full game would cost just on some DLCs for Atomic Heart. Like, it's probably not worth it. But if I can, I'd like to, because they seem interesting. All right. I'll see you guys later. Bye.